Hello? Are you guys, is this working? At least the meters seem to be going up. Our, my pedals work as well. I use pedal controls to, mute myself sometimes if I need to, cough or something. Loud and clear, that's good to know. What's up, Noxalent? And, hello to David Canada and also Russian. Yeah, I'm doing well. I've got some placeholder junk on the screen at the moment. Wait, hold on. Is the chat not working? Where's the chat? Let's take a look at this. Oh, there we go. Okay, I had things cropped in a incorrect manner. God, so many things. I don't know why I had so much time to set things up and now everything is just like a mess. Oh dear, I'm not sure if the alerts, how is this set up? How's your week been? When's the next game stream? My week's been alright. Maybe tomorrow game stream. We could also play, stream games today as well. I'm just kind of like looking at stuff. There was a couple of things I was adjusting because I thought I had time, but then I realized like, oh shit, it's like 5 minutes before the start of stream. So for example, it's like, oh, what am I moving right now? Let me just lock down a couple of these scenes. I got too many scenes, man. Hello, Xylus. We'll get to the, we'll start out with like, Just Your Nightmare put out a Jidion video. Then there's like this video by Dead Domain that's apparently good. I don't know why, but for some reason when I open it up in my like normal Firefox, stream browser, it didn't open. Like the video was not available. I don't know why it does that. But I switched to like private browsing on Firefox and now it seems to work. And then there's also a third video, which is this Noah Samsen, How Asmongold Lies for Israel video that's apparently, I guess, might be worth looking at. I've had plenty of critical things to say about Noah Samsen in the past. Obviously, it's great that his lawsuit stuff is like, seems to be, going well for freedom of speech, I guess. But let's see, should probably, yeah, I'm not gonna waste time trying to tinker with that dumb text thing. I'm gonna shoo away this bouncing text stuff and let's turn on the studio mode real quickly to see how it will look if I... Yeah, I'm alright with that. Noah's done some dumb stuff in the past, but I still like him way more than Asmongold. Alright. Don't really get what you're trying to say. Okay. Hello, Scallywag. But anyway, I think we can just start by going into the... No, wait, let's wait a couple of minutes so that people have time to roll in, all right? 10 past or 15 past before the content, okay? Because this is another one of those, I had a shader made, all right? And this is supposed to go into like this box here. So if I ever happen to like, if I want to do a stream, like where I react to a video, which I will be playing in the small window here, while I'm gaming, so the big window over there in, you know, shit, I have a whole pencil that I can just draw here. All right, so we have, over here we would have the game stuff going on, and in this window right here, you would have the actual like video being reacted to, that kind of stuff in the future perhaps. And one thing that I have a big issue with is that when people do that reaction, when they do that picture-in-picture type shit, they don't show the person who uploaded the video, they don't show the video itself, and it's really irritating. I mean, it's not really irritating, it's not like, it isn't really that big of a deal. They tend to like name the guy and stuff, but I just want to like have their information, not like docs information, but just their information in general, like visible, so the audience knows like, hey, who is this person? What is this video that I'm looking at? Could mess around with the because this is one of those things where I made like a shader for setting this up, but I'm having problems with aligning this properly. Guess that's one way to pass the time for sure. Let's see. Let's just default. Put that to default settings. Dig up our shader for this thing. Okay. Now the thing is, the shader does not. Looks like you need an engineer to help you out. The shader cannot get the information from the text object in OBS for like how many rows of text are there or how tall are those rows. So I have to manually type, like put in like the depth, right? And it's can be quite challenging. I mean, this looks pretty close to it, right? But then it doesn't. I'm guessing it's because like they are different like heights. Seems tedious. Yeah, it probably is. But yeah, we're not going to be doing that on this stream anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So we can just toss that aside until I get that fixed up later. Like the alternative is to just do like multiple text objects, and that way it's like easier for me also to change the text when I don't have to like navigate around the selecting the correct row and stuff. But yeah, let's plug into our browser here. Anytime there's anything to do with a browser, I'm always freaking the fuck out because let's turn off the bouncing text thing. Thank you. Great. I always get very nervous with anything to do with any kind of browser stuff, because you know, what if it flashes like, oh, here's your name, here's your IP address, and here's all your shit. I would prefer that information to stay private. But I guess we'll get started. There's a commentary up and comer JustYourNightmare. Uploaded a couple videos about the Birdman. Covered the Noah drama in the past. And he's now made a video about the... Oh, hello, Banglis. Now made a video about Jidion. And Jidion's apparently lying to us, so let's see if he said something.
Hello, my name is Future Nightmares. I've been enthralled with the EDP.
I'm noticing the inclusion of Finnish music. Now the thing is, like, I'm not sure if he's like, well, I'm guessing he's been public about this, but... well, it's a more specific location than just a country. Interesting thing is, like, JustYourNightmare actually also lives in Finland. He's from Canada. He doesn't, like, speak Finnish, really. But he lives in Finland, which is very fascinating. Like, I've been on, when I was making the Nux video, my video about Nux, like, I was in VCs with JustYourNightmare frequently. Thinking and talking about, like, hey, like, how bad is this, you know? Can you give me, like, your evaluation of how bad this is? We got a 14-year-old kid publicly saying they're 14 multiple times. Well, not 14, but 15. And the funny thing is, he would sometimes be in Discord VCs. Well, no, we're not doxing anybody, okay? He would sometimes be in Discord VCs while he's at work, and I would hear his Finnish co-workers speaking Finnish, which he doesn't understand, but I do. Anyway, but yes, let's go. Oh yeah, and what I was gonna comment on, the reason I paused is because the background music here is the very classic Säkkijärven polka, without the I'm guessing without the lyrics.
445 situation since the documentary came out, as it has blown into a wider controversy against Skeeter Jean, Alex Rosen, and the subject of today's video, Jidion. In the
I'm noticing a little bit of nervousness in his voiceover. And with stuff like this, you just gotta, like, relax. Let's see,
EDP445 situation since the documentary came out, as it has blown into a wider controversy against Skeeter Jean, Alex Rosen, and the subject of today's video, Jidion. In the
Oh, cool. Pretty cool stuff, great.
EDP445 documentary, it exposes...
This is, like, very simple, very light editing, but it's, like, very, very impactful. Very impactful.
How the lack of care and due diligence that these three individuals had during the sting operations of EDP, which led to EDP getting away and still to this day walking free. Though the one that's getting the most criticism is Jidion, and this is because he personally invited EDP to his Discord server full of minors for an interview and left EDP in the server for 7 hours before banning EDP. Now, one of the claims that Jidion makes in his video in response to the controversy is how Kayla Hoskins mentions EDP first, something EDP also states in Mike Clum's documentary. Jidion uses these clips in the documentary of Kayla speaking about the situation to reinforce his claim.
My role in this occurring. But as it turns out, Kayla herself in the documentary stated that she had already been messaging EDP before I had even ever added him in my own Discord.
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 2023, I received an Instagram DM.
This is, so far, it's a lot of stuff we've already seen, but you know, it's good that someone's made a video about it, covering it.
From EDP445, otherwise known as Bryant. I first replied to EDP because I always reply to anyone who messages.
It's also very good to, like, include over here. We can see Nightmares included, like, the video in a visual manner, so the audience knows what they're watching a clip of and everything. It's very good, very good.
Just me, and I didn't know who he was, but I freaked out because he told me he was. And sooner rather than later,
was that a freeze on my end, or?
And sooner rather than later, he started sending very flirtatious messages. A while later, Jidion added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids.
Now, there's been a lot of conversation about this, like, oh, Mike Klum misrepresented things. While I think it's like, yeah, like he definitely did not do like a good job with the cutting here. It's kind of a tough place to cut, because like there is some possibility where I can see that a while later that was like left in because it's more difficult to like cut the audio at the point that doesn't include it. But obviously that should not have been done, because it clearly gave the wrong impression about the timeline here.
And sooner rather than later, he started sending very flirtatious messages. A while later, Jidion added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids.
So in the H3 interview, if you watch the H3 interview with Mike, he definitely has some bias about Jidion and the predator catching in general. Bias in favor or towards. Good morning, DJ Souls. Skeeter Gene should be called out too. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he has, I have not seen the H3 interview, so if he has bias, then obviously, you know, it's far more questionable whether this cut was intentional or accidental. Leans toward the intentional side.
For a Q&A.
Quite a bit.
And then when I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, Jidion quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
So EDP was added into my Discord server to do an interview on June 21st.
Now, to be honest, this clip would be damning, and a lot of viewers in the documentary would believe, based off these clips, in conjunction.
Hold on a second. I have my autism just struck. I need to do things.
Would mean that Kayla did message EDP first. Except, that's not what she said.
Stuff. Well,
you guys don't even know what I did.
Jidion way before.
Do you guys even see it?
The EDP situation happened.
Ah, shit. Oh no.
I met him when he had a contest on Guess Who's the Black Person, and I won that contest. I fooled him.
Why would he do that? Kind of rude. I mean, he is the most hated YouTuber, okay? And apparently he's, I'm being told by Patrick CC, alright? This is fresh reporting from like 1 day ago. I'm being told that he's back and worse than ever, okay? He is back and worse than ever. So that's very concerning, deeply concerning stuff.
And then after that, his manager, Inside, added me on Discord.
Mike is definitely biased for Jidion and predator catchers. Okay, that's kind of disappointing to hear, because I was expecting him to be like, from the content of the documentary, you would assume that he would be very critical of them. Especially because I saw like this, I saw a video by Gwynthea, which probably I should be reacting to actually, about Skeeter Gene. Yeah, we can actually do that next. Do that next on the thing.
And
I won't go into it further, but we'll We'll get there when we get there.
Like, a while later, Jidion added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids, for a Q&A. And I thought that was messed up, but
These two clips in the documentary were spliced from two wildly different contexts in which Kayla was speaking about. The clip in where she states, quote, a little while after EDP was invited into the server was added into the documentary without its original context. So the context that was actually missing in Mike Klum's documentary is that Kayla Hoskin was recounting her history of her meeting Jidion, not
Did I see the video, the Quinthio interview with Inside? I think I saw parts of it. I haven't seen the full interview.
when she was first messaging EDP. Now, personally, I would write this off as a mistake and not a malicious edit to discredit Kayla Hoskins, but this is a horrible edit that has been weaponized by Jidion and his fanbase to victim blame a 15-year-old girl, something that I think Mike Klum is culpable for happening based off his documentary and his editing. And I would implore you, dear viewers, to go and watch the full video down in the description below.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this, given how much of a screw-up this is, I think you would expect that there would be like, you would expect that Mike Klum would make some kind of public correction about this.
Of the interview. So the people who are
If it was a mistake.
actually spearheading this claim is inside one of Jidion's old mods because he just heard it from someone else.
The full call Quinthio linked in the description makes Insight look worse than Quinthio let on in his interview. I've heard that. So that would definitely be... I mean, isn't it like quite long? Might be a bit too long. Or that could be a time to, you know, to pilot our thing of, to pilot our,
In the Discord server who was making that.
yeah, it's an hour long. Yeah, it could be, we could use that as some like background noise during like a gaming stream,
Claim,
right?
which
So it's simultaneously gaming and commentary. It's the classic Papa Gut style of just like lazily reacting to shit.
that claim was being made
While calling for me to sue people for like copyright infringement. I think there was like someone was reacting to like my Nuxtaku video, and Papa Guy was like yelling like, "The council should sue this person." It's like, okay, I'm not gonna sue. I don't have the fucking money to go and start fucking copyright lawsuits, and I'm not gonna fucking sue somebody for reacting to my video anyway. The famous last words.
after Kayla Hoskins' video against Jidion in the whole
control climb.
EDP445 situation first came out. Also, EDP445 and Jidion himself. And if you don't remember who Inside is, well, Inside is this guy who said this.
Side, the Discord moderator who contacted EDP about the sting, he actually gave Kayla some advice on how to go about communicating with EDP.
So happy that
What the hell do we pay you if you, I assume, can't sue people? Not a lot, I guess.
this worked out, bro.
Wait, here, Inside.
So
Just,
happy this worked out.
so
Is
everybody
that rude?
doesn't think, you know, I paid this girl. Can you tell them what happened?
Okay, so basically, Kayla messages me whenever he starts DMing her, and she's like, "Yo, EDP is DMing me," and so we got on a call, and I was like, first off, make sure you know tell your parents, tell the police, all that kind of stuff, and then I was like, "Yo, I have a fire idea for a video. What if you just lead him on for a little bit, so that and then I'll tell Jidion all about this, and maybe Jidion can get an IRL interview with EDP because he ghosted us on the online one."
Hey child, hey
Kid, what if you like messaged the file and it kind of groomed you?
Fuck this guy, man. Fuck this guy. He also made this tweet saying that he took full advantage
Hey man, you needed to start an international copyright lawsuit, okay? Yeah, indeed. Indeed I did.
of the Kayla situation and made this absolutely egregious TikTok video.
Here's how I helped catch EDP445. So basically, I run Jidion's Discord. Discord.gg/Jidion if you haven't joined yet. And a couple months ago, I set up...
Now, I'm being told by sources, okay, that, if this guy was responsible for running Jidion's Discord server, he may not have done a very good job.
an interview with EDP445 himself for Jidion's stream. But EDP ghosted us. So naturally, I was angry and I wanted
There might be a certain bald man with glasses in a garage somewhere out there who might be tracking that down.
to get back at EDP445. And this girl texted me and said that EDP had hit her up
This guy's a clown? Well, he's certainly kind of goofy. Kind of a goof.
while he was in our Discord. I had to do something about it. So I hopped in a call with her and I was like, yo,
Inside is a Dahmer type.
let's lead on EDP. Make him think that you actually like him. So I text Jidion and I get
Make him think that you actually like him. That's, what would that entail, Inside? Are you telling this child to be sending flirtatious messages to EDP? Hey kid, why don't you send a pedophile, a child predator, a bunch of messages about how, like, you're, try convincing him that you're actually into him.
give him all the information. I'm like, yo, I was thinking it would be the
The video clip, tweet, and TikTok clearly show Inside's intentions during that time. Someone took Inside's word at face value and didn't impress enough. Yeah, I was like, I recall some of the stuff I saw in, like, the Quinthio, like the condensed cut of the interview, being like, what? Thank you, David Canada, for the $10. I'm sorry, my alerts are somehow fucked up. God, dude, the problem with my setup is that I've got like ultra wide monitors, and I can't fit my OBS stuff and this browser thing onto like the same monitor. So my OBS stuff is on like another monitor somewhere off on the right, and and all this stuff on there. If I want to like reach over there or like look at that, I have to turn away from my microphone, and then you guys can't hear anything that I say. I guess I can try just well, that should be always blocked no matter what. Centering this, I should center this. This should be the alerts overlay, right? Let me replay your alerts. How do I? How do I do that? It's supposed to be a button for it. There it is. Let's replay. There we go. I wish I could have those alerts in a more visible location, because right now the text is kind of obscured. I should really like change the way also the video that I use for it, because because of that video clip, it unfortunately cuts into something else, so I thought that I had to like fade it away quickly. But I guess I can have it fade to something else and then like have that fade away, so it stays on screen for a bit longer. So it's not like doesn't instantly go away as it does now. But yeah, we got the situation now fixed, so let's keep going.
perfect payback for him backing out of the interview if you and Skeeter did an
Why does the live stream title have a question mark? It's because I'm not sure if I'm gonna get to the last item
IRL predator
on the
catch,
list.
and you showed up and did an interview right there instead. So this took many, many months of preparing and planning. Videos coming soon.
Sorry, I just wanted to get out of the way that how much I absolutely fucking dislike this guy. Tangent away from how much I genuinely hate this Inside guy. Now, based off the logs that Jidion shows in his video, we can thoroughly debunk this allegation that Kayla was messaging EDP445 before EDP was invited into Jidion's server. Based off the first screenshot Kayla Hoskins posted, showing EDP messaged her at 12:38 p.m., and Kayla responds to him at 2:06 p.m. Her first message about EDP contacting her in Jidion's own video shows she had asked the server whether this was the real EDP at 2:07 p.m. on June 23rd, 2023, which based off the Instagram message would have been a Friday. If Kayla was contacting EDP before he joined the server, the only other date she could have contacted EDP was on June 16th of 2023. This would mean that she had waited one full.
Well, technically there's also the 9th and the 3rd and any previous Friday, I guess. What were you saying? Someone else also admitted in the comments of his video that he listened to the full Inside call, but curious they didn't add parts which made Inside look bad. Sometimes there are sometimes with video creation, like there are just things where like, okay, this is kind of like there are things that you might think like, ooh, you know, I'm gonna not include this, and it might appear like, okay, you excluded that because you don't want to make this person look bad, when the reality is actually that the reason you excluded that is because it just didn't fit in somehow. It just didn't like flow. Sometimes that happens with me, where like, you know, if I made a video where I just put in everything bad about a person, some things might like fall out. That's like that on like a review, you might think like, oh, this should have been in here. Or if you labeled me with like, okay, Nicandros, we expect him to like be sweeping. I'm guessing you could probably perceive some of those decisions as like sweepy. But again, I have not seen the full interview, so if there's some like super egregious stuff that like really like flips the tables and really paints Inside in like a majorly bad way, interview and video essays are a bit different now. Well, yes, but when you're doing like a condensed, cut down version, right? You know, there's like a big difference. I mean, even there, you have like there is like an importance of like flow and stuff. It needs to have good flow. And like he put out the raw material, right? So, and he knows how this space works. So he's basically given, you know, an hour plus of content to someone else to cover. Might be like a bigger streamer. If he was purposefully sweeping stuff up, that's gonna be called out, right? Like it's if it was some kind of intentional sweep, I would assume that that's like it's gonna be like it's more like a mistake.
And perfectly timed
In the outro, he tried to kiss Inside's ass. What are you talking about? Like, please do tell. When you're doing interviews, you do want to keep like kind of an amicable tone to extract information from the person. So what you might perceive as like kissing ass, I don't know what exactly was said. What you might perceive as kissing ass might just be like, you know, politeness for the sake of like keeping the communication channels open, in hopes of getting something like bigger later down the line. But you know,
everything. So every screenshot and every reply to every person in the server was all
like Kat, there are certain things which you have made. You have said certain things in my chat, okay? I'm not gonna say which things. As a joke, which actually, spoiler alert, are actually not quite as much of a joke as you might have thought at the time. I'm not going to say specifically what in question I'm talking about until, you know, it's revealed. But if someone saw the logs of me interacting with this individual without having the knowledge that like, hey, this is a person who's trying to extract information, like you know, a pseudo-journalist trying to extract information from somebody, you might think of some more nefarious things, I suppose. Manipulation W.
all pre.
I mean, is it? I mean, well, yeah, it is like, you know, manipulation, I guess, but that's part of what a journalist does, to get information, to interview people. Like a classic journalist technique, right, is this thing where like you're doing an interview, okay? You ask a question like, hey, what were you doing on Friday at like around the time when, well, the week before this happened? And the person being interviewed, they will give an answer. And a trick that journalists can do in interviews, they will stay silent, all right? They stay quiet, they don't ask any follow-up questions, they just like stay silent. And that gives it gives the person answering the question a kind of signal that like, I'm expecting something more. Like clearly you had something else to say. Or like the silence can sometimes like kind of scare them into saying more things than they would initially intended. They get so make them think they need to talk so it's not awkward. And that's a tactic they use. That's a technique they use to get information out of people. And they expect approval. Yeah, I suppose. Are you like a journalist? No, I would never call myself a journalist. I talk about fucking YouTube videos and like pedophiles on Discord. I am like, that would be very egotistical of me to say that, but obviously, people who do drama coverage, like there are journalistic like principles that we work with, or like we try to follow them. But if I come out here being like, hello everybody, it is I, Nicandros, who's the journalist, okay? If I come out here being like this, what I feel, I would like instantly kill myself. The journalist. It's like, no. YouTube journalist? Yeah. Not in a million years. Well, don't want to be a Muda? Did a Mutahar call himself a journalist? I don't believe so. I believe Mutahar called himself an investigator. And that's something that I'm a bit more, I mean, I don't really like that one either. I would just like self-identify as like a trauma slop tuber, preferably. I mean, something I keep saying in my videos, right, is that like in my engineer video and in my Nux video, I mentioned that like I'm just a guy on the internet who looks stuff up. Like I think that's isn't that pretty cool? Like well, it's not very, it's very like mundane and very like I like the sort of like, if I call myself just a guy who looks stuff up online or a guy who Googles stuff, okay? But I do stuff that like is respected as like journalism. There's kind of like I'm setting low expectations but delivering something higher. Doesn't Hassan call himself an on-the-ground journalist? I think he said that in some clip, which is, I'm not sure about what the definition of on-the-ground journalist is. I assume it's like you have to be physically on the location. Which, if you're covering things from your LA mansion, you're probably not on the ground. Inside said that, Quinthio said that Inside was very pleasant, included that Inside was getting death threats, and excused Inside's contradicting statements due to poor memory. Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things where, like, in the interview you might tell somebody like, hey, listen, man, like, chin up, and then, you quit the call and you're like, what a fuck, you loser. That's just how, like, how it is.
Planned from a week before.
Where was I? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he has attended protests. I think he's spoken at behind a podium in places. I've seen that happen. Just sounds like good faith, maybe too much of it, but still, yeah, I mean, like, just give like a, give a charitable interpretation, or like, come across as amicable to a person that you're interviewing for the sake of gathering information.
Totally to make doable. It seem like they were messaging.
I was talking about being an investigator. Oh yeah, I mean, all I need to add about this one is that either a YouTube drama slopper or YouTube drama slopper or guy who Googles stuff on the internet. That's fine by me. How does Dean Withers feel about the Jidion coverage? I'm guessing he's grasping his anxiety pen as we speak about the hundreds of children that he's raped
in real time. She would have had to
well, it's not necessarily children. There's also plenty of adults.
Pre-plan exactly.
Holy shit, did I lose my ADHD meds?
What everybody would say in response.
Let's continue with the video, okay?
To her, then take the screenshots that she had taken a week prior to have it be within their time frame of like a minute to 5 minutes between the actual screenshot being taken and it.
Just call yourself a YouTuber like people did in the good old days? Yeah, that fits. That's fine.
Being posted in the Discord server to make it look like the screenshots were happening and the conversation was happening in real time. The chances of Kayla being able to pre-plan all of this at the age of 15 is so improbable, it might as well be deemed as impossible. If Jidion wanted to prove that these screenshots and these conversations...
I mean, the key element, the argument is that, like, it's very improbable. All you need is to demonstrate that it's like, well, is it all you need? It should be enough to demonstrate that scenario A is less likely than scenario B.
Conversations were happening prior to EDP even joining the server. He can just download the images specifically from the Discord logs, then look at the metadata to see when those screenshots were actually taken. Because if they were taken on June 16th, it would state the date of June 16th within the name screenshot, and then the date when it was taken. And if you actually went fully deep into the metadata, it would tell you the time and specifically when it was taken. And just as a quick example, I just grabbed a random screenshot that somebody posted in another server just to show you that, yes, this is like the metadata of a screenshot that you can look at, where it shows you the date and the time that that screenshot was taken. The fact
Yeah, so like, again, when you're interviewing people, you have to like keep a balance of, you can't be pressing too hardly on people. And yeah, this is what Future says here. It's very confusing because his YouTube name is JustYourNightmare, but he calls himself Future Nightmares elsewhere. Jidion could have done a lot more to provide more information. And if, it depends on what platform he showed the screenshot from Kayla. But if it was on Discord, it should have the date in the file name. Well, would it necessarily? On an iOS, on an Apple iPhone, I believe the name format for screenshots is like IMG _ something something something. So that's not necessarily possible in the case of an Apple device. But if it's it has to be like it's Instagram DMs in a mobile phone format. It has to be taken. Needs to be taken on a phone. So
Jidion, a predator catcher, as well as the people who help him with this predator catching, haven't done this to provide proof of their claims, is suspect of either malice or just mental stupidity. The other paper-thin argument Jidion and his defenders make is the sup that Kayla shows, where EDP messages.
An Apple device would still have the metadata in the properties. Well, the problem is with that is that, Jidion is kind of a dumbass. If you send an image, an image file through, Discord, the metadata information, that gets completely shredded. You have nothing there. And the only way to preserve the metadata would be to transmit the file through a zipped file or through like a Google Drive. in order to retain that information. So Kayla can very easily come out and get a dub on this one. If, you know, I don't know if she's gonna do like a response. I would advise her to do a response very quickly. Like if she has this original screenshot on like her device somewhere, it will have the metadata on it that she can show to demonstrate that this was indeed on the June 23rd, Friday, 2023. The metadata gets created whenever Jidion actually downloads it off Discord, correct? Well, yeah, but it's also possible that, excuse me, it's also possible that, I'm not threatening you, Nightmare, okay? Like, it's possible that the image has been downloaded some, like, could have been downloaded from the chats recently or something. I don't know. But the thing is, right, is that, like, you know, when you have the classic scenario, like the Burger King foot lettuce, you guys remember that one? Number 15. We don't need to go into that, into that whole show. You have a user on 4chan. A user on 4chan posts like the thread where they're like, "Hey guys, it's me. I've got my feet in the foot lettuce at Burger King." They attach a JPEG of themselves with you know, their feet in like the salad tubs. And the thing is, 4chan does not erase metadata. So the EXIF information inside of that image file, which contains like GPS location, camera model, other you know, identifying information, other people were able to extract that from that JPEG, and they reported the guy, and then they got caught. If you download a screenshot from the archive, screenshot from any device from the archive, and would still have the metadata and the properties, it would give you something like date modified, Apple or Android. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm willing to bet that probably Jidion is too stupid to understand that, understand that metadata exists, so, you know, if he decides to respond to you, much like Birdman did,
Just with
then that's, then you've got him.
sup. Messaging off with sup is just kind of like a normal greeting that some people
Again, like, the guy is, like, saying that, like, oh, she sent a screenshot of the sup zoomed in, and it's like, okay,
do. I mean,
so what?
I literally just happened to go through Google Images and I found this one image where it just shows this guy starting off the conversation with sup. To be clear, this is just like a random conversation. This isn't like a pedophile sting or...
Does he think the smoking VTuber guy is cool to his 13-year-old audience? I don't know if this guy has a hat on, or if it's like hair.
whatever.
I'm not sure about that.
This is just a random sup that I just found within like a matter
Jidion is worse than Hamas?
of 2 minutes.
Possible.
Since I know a lot of people are fans of Chris Hansen, some
I mean, like, the characters, like, the hair has, like, a texture to it, which implicates or implies it's like a hat. But the eyebrows here are of a different color. Yeah, folded bandana, Elmao, do-rag. That's what I was thinking as well. But I guess it could be just like swept back hair.
people like Tom
Nightmare is worse than EDP? That's possible. People are saying this. People like Jidion probably.
Thomas, for instance, will message what's up when it comes
Obviously a bandana. That is a consideration.
to decoys.
He's also got like this like flower, like gamer sleeve, flower pattern, floral pattern gamer sleeve. That's also something I'm noticing.
What's up? I'm bored, baby. Decoy says me too. What you need, I got it.
To sit there and claim that it's too odd for a predator to message sup or what's up as a means of first contact is absolutely ludicrous. Plenty of people use sup as a means of first contact.
It's a cybernetic brain protecting metal plate. That reminds me, I need to watch there's 2 episodes of the new Ghost in the Shell anime that I have not watched. I need to get back on that.
So based off everything in Jidion's response, there is absolutely, unequivocally no evidence that Kayla ever messaged EDP first. It is on Jidion to provide evidence that there is actual evidence that Kayla messaged EDP first, because currently, as it stands right now, there is 0 evidence, and what he is doing is currently lying about Kayla Hoskins messaging EDP.
Wait, what? New Git anime? Yeah, there's the 2026 Ghost in the Shell anime that's based on the manga. You're watching it too? Oh. Let's go. I was telling Remnant about it, but Remnant is like a Christian. He's a man of decency. He can't be watching anime that's too trashy. So I just told him, like, in the second episode, there's like a lesbian scene that you can just skip over. But other than that, it's supposed to be hair. Pretty sure to everybody it looks like some kind of do-rag or some kind of like rag thing. Okay, it's like a pirate. You draw like a pirate, the Jolly Roger symbol on it. People will think it's that. Anyway, I told Remnant about it, and I asked, like, I randomly asked in Remnant's stream, Remnant's live chat, it's like, wow, is Ghost in the Shell, like, is it based or cringe and satanic? And he asked his like chat, I do not know what this is. I don't know what this is. Put a number 1 in the chat or number 2 in the chat. And the consensus of his chat is that the Ghost in the Shell is it is based, or number 2, and also that it's a depiction of a world where without Christianity and how terrible it is. So there you go. It's Christian approved anime. Bungless,
first. But
listen, it's a live stream, okay? We're doing things besides just chatting about the video. It's like a Nick Diorio reaction, except that instead of talking about Marvel movies, Marvel references, we're talking about fucking anime.
Mr. Nightmare, EDP was honest about pretty much everything in
Is this Just Your Nightmare's actual voice?
the documentary. Why would he lie this time?
Well, if you remember our chubby ginger Alex Rosen, you know that the reason EDP got away the
Chubby ginger? Oh, duh. I got dyslexia. Don't show that on screen
first
as
time,
text.
it was because Alex had to decoy message EDP first. EDP knows this is why he got away the first time, so if he lied about Kayla messaging first, he would believe it would shoot down the case again, and then he would be still walking free. Though technically it wouldn't matter in this case because Kayla is actually fucking 15 at this time. But hey, let's believe an actual pedophile who already tried to lie about meeting up with a minor for an innocent cupcake. Maybe we should stop believing predators and victim blaming a fucking 15-year-old girl. Anyways, I'm Future Nightmares. Thank you for watching.
Is Future fat? I've seen him on webcam, he's not. Well, not like a full body shot, but I don't believe he is a tubby. But anyway, so that was shit. I should have given you guys the link.
Hello,
right?
my name's Future Nightmares.
600 pounds. 600 pounds of steel. So here's a Future's video. Recommend going to give it a like, even though I kind of brushed it, kind of brushed off a lot of the commentary because we've kind of already covered those things on here. But this next thing, right, is from Dead Domain. Just came out on the 15th of August. Let's give him Oh yeah, I'm on my private browser. For some reason I tried to open this up in my normal stream browser, but it didn't show up for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. So unfortunately, I cannot like the video on this stream, but you guys can take care of that. I'm also noticing, guys, we have 100. Before we begin, we have 100 viewers on here, 100 concurrents, and only 12 likes on my end. I can see in the data. So what's going on with that? Anyone know? I'm just kidding. If you want to help out the stream without having to pay anything, moving your finger over to the like button, that helps out a lot. It's very good. Very nice. Fucking stealing from a sub 500 follower YouTuber. How blatantly bad can you get? Okay, listen, I have been giving a lot of busy work to JustYourNightmare. Nicandros be like, hand over the likes, viewer boy. Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I had, before I did that shout out, I had 10 likes. Now I have 22. You know, it shows on my end. So, you know, it is a good thing to remind people to do this sometimes. Nicandros will split his fan base by watching this dead domain video. That's interesting. It sounds like a challenge, which will be a, you know, it'll be engaging to react to if it's going to be something very challenging. Something very challenging. What was I about to say? I've seen I recall like a really long time ago seeing something from Dead Domain and thinking like, wow, what a dumbass. I think they were watching like a Harmful Opinions video. Hello Yen, welcome Yen. Watching a video from Harmful Opinions and not liking it. And there was a funny, like, there was some like scene within the video. No, it can't be Dead Domain. It must have been someone else. It must have been some other guy. Not when I say guy, I mean that's like a gender neutral term. Let's see here. Yeah, that story went nowhere. Okay, that story went nowhere. So I'm not sure if it's the right person. It could be someone else. Deadwing Dog? No. It's not based on the name. It's based on some other characteristics that might be confusing them along. But Dead Domain made a very positive, very nice reaction to my Nux video. I've seen that. I thought that was very nice. A lot of those reactions, I sent them to Red, the the miner in the Nuxtaku Discord server. I pointed out, like, hey, listen, a lot of these people, when they get to the point where I talk about how, like, you're in a much better situation, they say a lot of very, like, encouraging words. And while I did not specify that domain, that was something on my mind when I said that to Red. But yeah, let's get into the video itself. Something that kind of worries me is that it uses like white bat audio, so I would have to apparently put that into my YouTube description, because otherwise they will give me a content ID thing. So, you know, so let's go. I've also seen like Dead Domains, I believe. It's so difficult, so I don't remember who made what videos, but I think they've made a video about who's that guy? The incel guy, the 30-year-old incel guy. Synthetic man. There we go. Harmful Opinions coming in. Copy paste that shit into the stream description. All right then. Well, let me just do this real quickly so that we don't have to like dispute any copyright claim bullshit and potentially put myself into a legal situation. a hypothetical legal self-defense situation, okay? There we go. Anyway, I've seen like their Dead Domains video on the Synthetic Man, covering Synthetic Man's like fandom of Futanari. How Futanari women are like the Ubermensch. They have the best parts of men and women, which in the case of men apparently means the penis. Okay. Very, very revealing way to put it.
I don't generally pay much attention to lolcows and the internet spaces around them. I honestly...
Well, didn't you make a video about Synthetic Man? Isn't that kind of a lolcow? Let's, Is this gonna show some crazy shit about me? No? Synthetic. Yeah, there we go. Synthetic Man video. I think when I watched this video, I believe Dead Domain revealed that, like, Dead Domain revealed in this that they watched, from what I recall, like 200 hours of footage. And you can clearly tell that this was before the age of the, before the age of the... Wait, hold on. Is that not Mensch? Is there no Superman? Am I thinking of a different video? Where's the fucking... Is the clip in here somewhere? Because I remember... he was playing some like Sandland, I believe. What's the name of the game? I think I actually have that because I saw that stream live where he talks about like Synthetic Man talks about the... I guess it must be a different video. Damn, that's crazy. Because see about the word porn. Probably the most replayed clip. I don't know. It's probably... I don't know, maybe it's a different video. Who knows? But, if it was in there... Yeah, I would assume so. I guess it must have been a different video making fun of Synthetic Man, because I remember, for some reason, I don't know why, I do actually kind of, I do watch some of Synthetic Man's videos. It's just like amusing. It's just very amusing. And I saw like, when I woke up, I was like watching some stream of his, and I saw him like make like the Futanari or the Ubermensch, like those comments on that stream. I think I have that stream saved somewhere. But it might have been recorded. But after like some of these exposures that came out, Synthetic Man, like, they privated all their live streams, which is very, very, very unfortunate. But yeah, let's see about the EDP stuff. Watch them for fun. Well, some people are enjoying, and some people's content is enjoyable for the reasons that they intend, and other people's content is enjoyable for other reasons, reasons not intended. For example, someone being absolutely miserable and it being very funny to look at them.
Find it to be a generally distasteful bunch of people, usually just trying to entrap or otherwise psychologically torture people who are already impaired in some way, and it's just kind of disgusting. However, I am always interested in victim advocacy, and when it comes to true crimes and documentaries about said crimes, I admit to being interested. Yet, I am also incredibly critical of efforts from people like Alex Rosen or Chris Hansen, who have made names off of being true crime investigators and predator hunters, when the reality is usually they just purposefully entrap people, often fucking up a valuable methodology that leads...
Online vigilante group leader arrested trying to take down alleged pedophile. M.O. Montgomery, officers say. Predator approaches can pose unnecessary risk towards victims and cause harm through unproven accusations. Yeah, so like one of the common, I was actually looking at this, the thing is like, when you get arrested for a crime by the police, like in order for you to become convicted and actually go to prison, as opposed to like being in jail maybe for some amount of time, assume whether or not you are granted bail or not, and whether you pay it. The state has to sue you for the crime that's called prosecution. The prosecutor prosecutes you for a crime, and then you go on trial, or you take a plea deal, whatever. And the thing with these vigilante, like predator catching groups, is that they often mishandle evidence. They don't have proper chain of custody when it comes to digital evidence. They don't have forensic tools. They don't have proper forensic software to image the chat logs and stuff like that. So the issue becomes that when you go into court and you don't have like the evidence has not been hashed, it is very questionable whether, like, it's very easy to like, have it written off as like, oh, this is fake. This has been manufactured, because we don't have the clear chain of custody. Who has had this and when? What machine has this been on? And stuff like that. So even if you have, screenshots of the predator saying crazy shit, if you don't have like, basically if you don't capture like, let's say it happens on a Discord server or like a Discord DMs. If you don't have message IDs and the account ID of the predator, and then allow the authorities to take that information from Discord's own servers, the screenshots and whatever, there's no chain of custody, and it's very likely to be not taken seriously as authentic evidence. So, as a result, a lot of that evidence that these predator catching groups capture, it's just like it flies out the window. Fruit of the poisonous tree and shit. Yeah, stuff like that. Stuff like that. So, like, and there's like stuff like, if you go to the predator's home and you record them saying stuff and admitting to stuff, that's in a private area, and you're not recording them with consent. Well, all of those admissions, actually, they don't matter anymore. They can be struck down as not, something you can use in a trial, unless it's been consented to, the recording, I mean. Wah, wah, wah. So, if you want to do this kind of stuff, you have to be like working with law enforcement from the beginning.
To very real predators then being let go, and even worse, often enabling escalation of dangerous behaviors.
Da-da-da. The leader of the Predator Poachers, an online vigilante group who tried to catch alleged pedophiles in sting operations, was arrested at Steak and Shake in Missouri, authorities say. Alex Rosen, who has amassed more than 400,000 pounds, tried to speak with an employee.
By essentially playing into violent and depraved fantasies of the...
Okay, yeah, so not leaving after you've been asked, that's a big mistake.
So when I heard there was a doc on somebody named EDP, and then I looked up who EDP was and what he did, I found out there is an entire film about this. I admit, at that point, I was curious. I wanted to see if this was a cutting, incisive documentary that shows how harmful the predator hunting efforts can be.
This could be presented in a lot better way, like just like reading out some of these or like summarizing them in the voiceover. Some of these stories here of predator hunter misconduct.
When they're botched, letting...
Instead of just like putting a bunch of text on screen. Because like now as I'm watching this, like I either have to pause the video to read these, or I have to listen to the voiceover and ignore them. So it's like,
dangerous and vile people like EDP roam free when they should be behind bars, despite the things he's done and admitted to doing. Or perhaps I was hoping that maybe there'd be some insight
So we'll just ignore.
into the modern internet ecosystem and how allowing noxious predators like Andrew Tate to have a platform contributes to harmful...
£40,000? That journalist was very conservative on Alex Rosen's weight. I may have misread that, okay, it's possible.
...attitudes towards women, things that you see repeated by EDP.
Now that I can draw. Oh wait, oh no, you're that person. Oh, I just realized from seeing the zoomed in avatar.
And if you haven't watched the documentary yet, first of all, I'm very jealous. But second, let me tell you up front, if you think it might hold any of those ideas...
If I recall correctly, Alex Rosen also used his 16-year-old cousin as a decoy. I have heard of this. I do not know if that's true, but I've heard that previously.
If you think it might be any way enlightening or critical of the systems that allow predators to harm actual children, then you, like me, will be sorely disappointed. And as you watch this, you will probably also be, like I was, drawn to anger and revulsion far, far more than just mild disappointment. I want to be clear with who's to blame on this. What director and documentarian Mike Clume has done with his EDP445...
Hello, Lexinator. Multiple articles on Alex Rosen doing that from an interview he did with The Insider. Really? Business Insider, let's see, 16-year-old cousin decoy. Let me just put in cousin in quotes so we get a... Are we talking about this Business Insider article, perhaps, possibly? Considerably? Okay, I can't even read this whole thing. Can we get some cat videos or something over this person's face? I can turn on this, I guess. There you go. Rosen told Business Insider that in a 2021 operation, he had used his 16-year-old cousin as a decoy, adding that he agreed that it was very irresponsible. Yeah, that would be very irresponsible. Here's the article. You guys can check that out. I'm not going to pull it up here. But yes, let's continue.
445 documentary is nothing short of exploiting a pedophile like he was a sideshow geek, playing into some of the most vile and voyeuristic tendencies of unrepentant monsters like EDP, while effectively doing absolutely nothing to illuminate the reasons behind his monstrosity, or even doing the bare minimum to defend victims from the reasons like playing into some of the most vile and in Mike.
Let's pay attention. Let's pay a bit more. Let's pay a bit more attention.
Here with who's to blame on this. What director and documentarian Mike Clume has done with his EDP445 documentary is nothing short of exploiting a pedophile like he was a sideshow geek, playing into some of the most...
Yeah, pretty much.
...vile and voyeuristic tendencies of unrepentant monsters like EDP, while effectively doing absolutely nothing to illuminate the reasons behind his monstrosity, or even doing the bare minimum to defend victims from the harmful ideas that allow predators like this to go about their lives unimpeded.
Well, based on the editing of that one part of the documentary, it seems to have also painted the victims of those monsters to Is it retarded? Okay, that's very nice. That's not very nice, Banglas.
From the harmful ideas that allow predators like this to go about their lives unimpeded. In fact, I would go even farther to say that several people in this documentary, Mike Clume included, need to be brought up on fucking charges, including child endangerment. There is a litany of stomach-churning shit throughout this doc, including putting actual children in the presence of an admitted pedophile. Like...
Oh yeah, that one scene where EDP is like sitting next to a child. Yeah, it's probably not the best thing to be doing, but, you know, it did say that the parents were supervising it, I guess. That's, but, you know, we're not okay with that happening when it comes to the Kayla stuff, so. You know, probably shouldn't do that.
Somehow I keep saying this, but when I saw Melania at the beginning of the year, I thought there's no fucking way. It's impossible that there could be a worse movie this year. And then Citizen Vigilante came out, and
documentary shows that EDP is just like that. He wasn't molested as a kid. He has no childhood trauma. He's just like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and it does kind of show also. There's no, I don't believe there was any pushback to it, but EDP like talks about like how, oh, I started talking with these kids because I was lonely. You know, I wasn't getting any attention from women, okay? That's not the reason. Like, he's obviously fucking lying there. So, not pushing back on that in any way, like, that's crazy.
Even though Citizen Vigilante was basically a manifesto to racial violence and incitement, it was also still fictional and far-fetched. This, however, is a legitimately dangerous film that enables so many of the harmful ideas and narratives with no pushback or accountability. And
would it be child endangerment? I don't think it would be from Michael M's side, legally speaking. But Jidion and Skeeter, I'm sure legally they could be charged. Okay, I'm not sure. I doubt that it's gonna happen. Maybe it might be theoretically possible or something that they can be charged with, but
all of that is made.
He was hitting on underage girls on Instagram already. What's the context? So like that comment.
More insulting by the limp attempts in the last 10 minutes to suddenly act like Mike Clume gives a fuck about victims. So up front, fuck you, Mike. The opening of the film basically plays like a trailer, showing how depraved and unrepentant EDP is as he spews a litany of slurs at his detractors and other drama centers online.
He's aura farming, okay?
So talks in grotesque detail about being attracted to minors and children, and then you find out that the filmmaker apparently followed.
This dead domain person needs Clum constantly flashing EDP bad on screen. The point of the doc is that EDP makes a fool of himself in it. Jidion and Skeeter also do that. You would think that, but so depends on the content, the exact content of the H3 interview. But apparently Mike Clum is actually quite like positive, has a positive view of those guys, even though, you know,
EDP
they seem to be painted as like idiots. I am agreeing that he didn't seek underage girls because they are available. He was seeking them. Okay, what I assume you're saying is that like EDP wasn't going after underage girls because of his loneliness. He was going after them on purpose. And you can definitely tell that from like, you know, like it's been documented by like that one, the first idiot who started like trying to expose EDP, that like this guy's followers were full of like, or like the profiles he was following on God, what is it again? Like the people that EDP was following on Instagram were like, a lot of them were like young kids, right? Lots of underage girls, right? So you would assume that he would be following like tons and tons of like girls or like adult women, but then like, you know, not trying to go after children, but then eventually does it once or twice. If that was the story, that was like more
2 years to make this.
This doc just proves that Jidion endangered a child and couldn't do the simple adult thing. Yeah. The death of the author, I guess, then, because that documentary put Rosen, Jidion, and Skeeter in a horrible light. Yeah, that's how I felt as well, so. But again, I don't know. I haven't seen the H3 interview myself.
The effort that went into this thing is genuinely baffling.
The EDP dog did give the guy did give the guy aura in some clips, but he's undoubtedly a pedophile, and I haven't seen anyone dispute that. Yeah.
EDP is...
I mean, like, if your takeaway from the documentary, like, I heavily doubt any reasonable person's gonna be like, EDP is the good guy. Or, like, EDP is, like, a decent person. Like, he's very thoroughly, you know, dressed down.
Is given soundstage setups like...
He's got aura in the sense that heavy things have gravity.
Like he's aura farming. There are cutaways where they play dress up with fake arrest lineup backgrounds. So from the jump, it's apparent.
Okay, based on the most barred lawyer, Mr. Grok. According to 273A in California Penal Code, Jidion and Skeeter did in fact do legal child endangerment. Now, you're making a big mistake there, JustYourNightmare, because I believe EDP is in Vegas, so that's actually the state of Nevada, not California. I myself made this mistake earlier when I was because of some upcoming videos. I was looking at the. Do you guys know the lawyer who showed up in the documentary? I was trying to look up, like, hey, just, you know, testing if, like, the lawyer or the state bar public records, like, are accurate. Because the guy's saying, like, hey, this is my name. I'm a lawyer of this law firm. I typed their, like, name into the California State Bar, like, attorney search. Because due to GTA San Andreas related influence, I believe that, oh, she would be the effect. Oh, it's based on the affected party. Okay, I see. But anyway, the lawyer, you know, that was in the documentary, they're a lawyer in Nevada, in Las Vegas, not in California. So I couldn't find them in the California public records. I was like, wait, hold on a second. Is this guy not, like, you're practicing law in Las Vegas and you're not barred in California? What are you doing? Not realizing that, wait, hold on a second, what am I doing? Las Vegas is in a different state, okay? That's, in my brain, I have it in my brain that, it's in California, because, you know, GTA San Andreas, the Las Vegas city, is also in the place where they have San Francisco and Los Angeles. In Fallout New Vegas, okay, in Fallout New Vegas, you have the new California Republic showing up in a place where the New Vegas is, okay?
That the filmmaker isn't interested in capturing the real, often mundane.
But yeah, they were, according to Nevada state records, they were actually a real attorney, so.
Depravity of someone like EDP, but instead...
The cat was about to accuse an innocent man of not being barred in a certain state. Well, I did that offline, okay, so...
is more intent in making a polished documentary, complete with actor reenactments of scenes like ones where EDP is sexually texting minors. So much of this intro in the documentary as a whole can be called
NCR expanded into Vegas. This guy doesn't even know the lore of Fallout. Okay.
Unnecessary. There's literally no reason to reenact a minor texting a predator, which we'll get to. But there's certainly no need to fictionalize and show several long and drawn-out sequences where the actors are reading the depraved, lurid rape fantasies that EDP sent. The only reason so much effort and polish, and obviously...
I mean, yeah, it's... you can definitely say that it's very gratuitous when it comes to the way the documentary handles a lot of things. There's also like all the stuff about like, oh, watch these YouTubers react to EDP shit pictures or EDP's dick pictures. And there's actually a really good question there of like, hold on a second, is that even legal? Did EDP consent to people looking at those uncensored dick pictures, or are you like sharing, are you sharing intimate images without consent? Because it would be really funny, it would be really funny if the only people that get charged well, it would not be cool. It wouldn't be good, but it would be really funny if the only people who end up getting charged for this around this documentary is everyone else but EDP.
Money went into this was to sensationalize a genuinely dangerous predator. And don't give me bullshit, Mike, about how all proceeds from this will go to Rain. A reminder that bookends the film. Because as anyone who makes YouTube videos knows, exposure is its own payment. And by sensationalizing...
It's a gray area because the photos were used in facilitating a crime. Well, if the crime... I mean, I guess it... wouldn't that require the crime to be like found to be a crime in a court of law before it can be called before it can be said that it was, you know, in the process of facilitating a crime.
This disgusting spectacle, Mike is still very much profiting from this through a variety of means, including growing his viewer base, which is the ultimate goal of any clout-chasing dipshit. Documentaries...
But yeah, this is a good point here is that like a good point here is that like the video got age restricted. It's not gonna make any money, and as a result, any donations it will like any money it will, you know, make for Rain is probably gonna be very minimal.
Should illuminate new information about the subject covered. It shouldn't just be a compilation of already known facts you could find on a Wikitubia article. A good documentary should help a viewer gain some kind of insight into a subject, whether that's through the documentarian doing interviews, capturing vulnerable moments, catching them off guard, what have you. But there is no real new information uncovered here. In over an hour and a half of a film, there's no...
I mean, I would say that like, you know, a documentary that puts existing things together into a nice, you know, chronology, I'd say that that's good enough, I'd say.
Nothing to learn that can't be gleaned from just browsing a brief Google search. So there's nothing to learn.
Okay, there's something weird going on with the Firefox video player.
That can't be gleaned from just browsing a brief Google search. So in the simple merits of contributing any meaningful new information to the conversation, Mike Clune fails spectacularly, which, as you find out while watching the doc, leaves little else to do than watch a predator laugh and brag about not being in prison, brag about his violent murder fantasies, and then interviewing a bunch of YouTubers with nothing else going on between their fucking brains than to throw out some generic platitudes about how EDP is a bad person. Like, oh yeah, great. Yeah, we'll get to Penguin Zero, Mudahar, and all the other scumfucks who decided to give their cameo appearance to this pile of shit. At every turn, I kept asking, why? Why were the facts presented this way? Why was the story told in the order that was chosen? Why did they leave an interview with an actual psychologist?
Yeah, dude, I expect the Dahmer documentary to find undiscovered evidence. Yeah, that's kind of an unnecessary requirement to add in.
Pushing back on EDP's rhetoric that normalizes attraction towards minors until the last 10 minutes.
While not necessarily new, it did put a big spotlight on the failed catches, and it has allowed more criticism towards those people to be discussed without being instantly shut down, because being instantly shut down as pro-pedo. Yeah, and that's like, that's also, we can like see the effect that it's had, that like that Jidion has to make a response video to this, and it's being covered, or like Jidion's response is being covered very critically. You know, coming out of it. So you can like establish that like in practice, whatever you may think about whatever you might assume is the outcome of the documentary, it's certainly driven a lot of criticism towards those people, the predator catchers that apparently needed to be dressed down much further, according to Dead Domain.
And all I can say, it's because, like I did, people will watch it. People will be disgusted by it, but seeing the polish and amount of names attached, like I did, will be drawn to seeing it through in the hopes that it goes somewhere, that it will build to some tangibly new revelations or try to hold someone to accountability. Words like vile, irresponsible, and repugnant do very little to describe this film and what it entails. And
how does it normalize pedophilia? It shows EDP being funny, then cuts to him being an unrepentant wild pedophile. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it should be pretty obvious that this guy like sucks, right? Like you don't need to say this guy sucks in order for the audience to find people, or in order for the audience to conclude this guy sucks.
And that has little to do with the actual subject matter. I'm not even talking about EDP. I'm talking about Mike. This is on its own abominable, and Mike front loads that by leaning into the shock value. But like anything relying on shock value, it wears off quickly, leaving this film with nothing but a gauntlet of amoral horrors and situations that are enabled by people like Mike and the predator hunters who bungled bringing this actual monster to justice. Whatever, let's get into this shit. The video basically starts by laying out that EDP was a beloved YouTuber and then cutting to him sitting in a car watching teenagers at a bus stop talking about how hot the teen girls are while calling the teen boys slurs. Then, as we hear EDP talking about how he wants to fuck kids, we get an overlay telling us that 1 in 6 men claim attraction to minors and 2% of the population are pedophiles. Okay, we get no sources for this. We get no further analysis. It doesn't tie into anything else. We get no insight into why men feel permitted to prey on women and minors. But we sure do get a lot of chances for EDP throughout to talk about how he wants to fuck kids. Not going to try and like debunk that being a normal thing. Like Mike just doesn't push back on those narratives at all. It's the EDP throughout to talk about how he wants to fuck kids. Not going to try and like debunk that being a normal thing. Like Mike just doesn't push back on those narratives at all. It's a lot
of does it really need pushback? Are there people who are going to agree like, you know what? Yeah, you know what? It's normal to be like, yeah, fuck yeah, 16-year-olds are hot, yeah. No. No, that's not necessarily. That's not necessary. Statistically, 1 person in this chat is a pedo. Whoa. Who could it be?
of the runtime, by the way, is just that. I know it's just getting started, but there are so many places where this doc is a missed opportunity. And the one that permeates the whole
that domain really just goes, huh? Why do you let the pedophile talk freely about how much of a fucked up sicko he is? You need to insert voiceovers saying this is bad, awful, and evil all over. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not... Like, I just don't see anyone, like, looking at that and thinking, like, yeah, EDP is, like, it's cool and shit. Or, like, he's spitting. Like, no. There's a lot more than one in this chat.
The whole film is the way Mike does literally nothing to attempt to analyze why statistics like that matter. What are the underlying social causes? Later in the doc, when EDP talks about how it's minors' fault for him being a...
Okay, why doesn't the EDP documentary... why doesn't the EDP documentary explore... Well... why pedophiles are the way they are?
Analyze why statistics like that matter. What are the underlying social causes? Later in the doc, when
social causes of pedophilia?
EDP talks about how it's minors' fault for him being attracted to them because 13-year-olds will post pictures online with their friends, he blames women for his loneliness. There's no pushback for these things.
It doesn't need pushback. It's... like, it's obvious on its face that these things are... he's being a fucking retard.
There's no analysis for how these issues are related, how incel rhetoric and manosphere bullshit from people that EDP names as influences like Andrew Tate and Pearl Davis play into these attitudes. And
I mean, isn't it a good thing that the vile, disgusting pedophile goes into the video saying, hey, Andrew Tate, this guy rules. Donald Trump, this guy rules. Like...
enabling a culture that makes people like him think that behavior like this is in any way acceptable. We just get clips of EDP saying, if an adult is not attracted to minors, then they're just lying. Missed opportunities like this are throughout and go a long way towards my ire for Mike and this pathetic attempt at a documentary. At the end of what's essentially just a trailer showing other content creators like Darkside Phil, the actual documentary starts. Again, the opening is just meant to be online bullshit drama catnip for locale aficionados, perfectly illustrating Mike's actual priorities here. Part of the actual
I think that domain just has a really personal history with child abuse. Judging from how emotional they get about this stuff, they were almost in tears during the Nicandros Noxtaku video times. Thank you, United Tribute, for the $5. I mean, doesn't the war documentarian, I mean, by just pointing the camera and showing what's happening, demonstrate that war is bad? And I feel like, you know, Mike Klum, with a lot of stuff, like, does the same thing with EDP. He's showing the copes, the psychological, like, the way how, like, you know, these people think. And he's also showing what, like, a disgusting fucking freak he is.
Ad even says 94 minutes of repulsive content while framing EDP getting out of bed as the
94 minutes of non-stop repulsive content. I mean, is that not, doesn't that just make it clear? Okay, is that not the denouncement or the condemnation, the concrete condemnation that's being, like, requested? They're like, hey, everything you're seeing is bad, actually. You don't need to have high media literacy to understand that that what's being depicted or what's being shown in the documentary are things you should look at and think this is bad.
Repulsive aspect. And I know for a lot of people in the lolcow space, the fact that EDP is obese is the focal point of critique, but
not really. It's like a funny like side thing, an ever-present funny sideshow.
Clearly, Mike cares about.
I mean, among the people that are shown as, like, judging EDP, many of those guys are fat as fuck too.
That
Nicandra's voice in the chat talking about DD. I don't know. Drunk driving?
I don't give a fuck. I could give a fuck less. It's a little worse to me that he's a fucking predator pedophile. Tangents like this, where throughout Mike will take time to navel gaze at online drama, indulge.
Let's go back a little bit so we can.
But clearly, Mike cares about that. I don't give a fuck. I could give a fuck less. It's a little worse to me that.
I could give a fuck less? That's not how you say that. Couldn't give. Now we're nitpicking nonsense.
He's a fucking predator pedophile. Tangents like this, where throughout Mike will take time to navel gaze at online drama, indulge EDP's petty rivalries, and spending times on other inane bullshit, also undermine what should be the actual narrative of the doc, which is, in more competent hands, this would be a focused doc on an internet-poisoned, pathetic, lonely incel and how someone gets to his level of depravity. But instead, Mike decided to make a movie about giving a pathetic loser a chance to make excuses for his actions and complain about his haters online.
I just don't think that really makes, that doesn't really match the reality of what the documentary is. And it doesn't match the reality of, the outcome of the documentary, the impact of it. Lonely incel, he literally got like 2 girls or something, Lamau. He's got those AI girlfriends, okay? Have you seen how hot they were?
Undoubtedly, Mike also knows that means a bunch of these other creators will then watch and react to the video, helping to spread it more. Because that's what he's interested in here. Not actually holding responsible parties accountable or advocating for victims. Whatever. The actual doc starts.
I'm not on board with this so far.
Starts with part 1, Making a Monster, with reenactments of EDP watching wrestling while monologuing about how he looked up to villains growing up. Like everything else that could have been insightful, this is a flat attempt at framing that goes nowhere. Kind of side-eyeing the idea that he always wanted to be this cruel monster, this heel character, but that doesn't at all tie into the core issue that EDP then jumps right into, that he blames his loneliness and inceldom on not getting dates despite his YouTube success. Again, this loneliness is essentially used by EDP as an excuse.
Hold on a second.
his YouTube success. He blames his loneliness and inceldom on not getting dates despite his YouTube success. Again, this loneliness is essentially
Also, like, if your intention is to make EDP look better, this is not how you would make the documentary. Yeah. Hold on a second.
That EDP then jumps right into, that he blames his loneliness and inceldom on not getting dates despite his YouTube success. Again,
I mean, I'm pretty sure, like he says in the beginning, that he wasn't getting laid despite being like a famous, like, he didn't complain about being like lonely. Maybe in like a relationship, you know, context, maybe in that context, yeah. I mean, it was shown in the documentary that like all of his friends blocked him after the accusations came out. But
this loneliness is essentially used by EDP as an excuse for how he first got into trouble texting a 13-year-old girl.
yeah, so again, most people watching the documentary will take from that he's just lying. And like, again, what's being presented? Of course. Well, not all of his friends. Well, there was the one guy, there was the one true friend who stayed friends with him. Okay, there was that one guy. But otherwise, you know, it did say, you know, all of his friends blocked him. Yeah, like, we don't need, it does not need to be disclaimed that this is bad, okay? Like, as people have been pointing out time and time again, like, you have all this money, why don't you get like a prostitute? Oh, you couldn't, because obviously your desire to go after a 13-year-old girl isn't because you're just like having trouble with getting adult women. No. Kicking the Swede, hello.
Where he blames escalating addiction to porn and not being able to get laid. And we get...
Did he blame porn addiction?
Excruciating reenactments of him being rejected in high school, and that apparently was...
Excruciating reenactments?
The catalyst for embracing an incel lifestyle and then becoming a pedophile.
How many incels become pedophiles?
There's no pushback from Mike in the interviews he conducts across 2 years.
Is it necessary?
By the way, he doesn't ask, hey, did you maybe try prostitutes? Hey, did you maybe...
Yeah, and you don't need to say that out loud. It's gonna be very obvious to every single person that's watching the documentary. Like, and it's even like Chris Hansen is shown in the documentary pushing back against EDP, saying like there was literally no one you could meet. Except for a 13-year-old, huh? And EDP is like just being like, no. Trying to get chatted.
Think a media diet of nothing but rapists and woman beaters might have contributed to your violent fantasies. Not even the regular smooth-brained analysis of how his admitted addiction to increasingly extreme and violent pornography could have fueled his deviant desires. So, like, 5 minutes in at this point, the thing is completely unfocused, all over the place, and wildly irresponsible. And no point is...
And besides, like, if you're complaining that, like, oh, the dumb people in the audience are not understanding that EDP is, like, depicted in a bad way, that's why there's all the clips of him being ugly and fat.
Is there an explanation?
Okay, that's the one that's gonna cover that, okay? Ugly people are morally evil, okay? That is the message that the most smooth-brained people understand more than any other, okay?
In a segment called Making a Monster, of how he became this way. And if you were to take the doc at face value based on just the facts provided by Mike...
I'm really gonna say this is one of DD's worst videos. DD basically explains how this documentary is looking for someone with 30 IQ. Yeah, like, why would you take anything that EDP says to defend himself at face value? Why would anyone do that? I just don't see it.
The narrative goes something like this. This guy watched wrestling as a kid and liked villains, so I guess that led him to be lonely and wanting to be a pedophile. That's
not... Is that what's said in there? No.
To be this. This guy watched wrestling as a kid and liked villains, so I guess that led him to be lonely and wanting to be a pedophile. That's the facts as Mike is laying them
Okay.
out. We do get a look at EDP's failing health throughout, with Mike ending the video on the idea that his diabetes, terrible diet, lack of exercise, and general laziness, EDP is slowly but surely killing himself, as though...
Dude, guys. Imagine if EDP was smoking like a huge blunt right now. Like this. The color selector on this thing's fucking shit. Wouldn't he look so cool in the documentary if he was just smoking a big blunt like this? God. My fucking brain is fucking melting, dude. Dude, the World War II documentary didn't even say that why genocide is bad. The director must be a Hitler supporter then. Imagine if EDP, okay, was smoking a big blunt like that and he had bunny ears on his head, okay? Would you guys become pro-pedophilia if you saw that? Future Nightmares docs? Possibly. I think the bunny ears can be very convincing. It can really turn around your judgment of someone's moral character. All I need to see is the blunt, to be honest. That looks like a penis. No, it doesn't. It's very clearly a blunt, okay? It's a really big one, okay? He's got like a stand, like here, like a holder. It goes off screen. It just like sits there. I'm so fucking stupid, dude.
That's meant to be a...
Thank you, Kikin, for the 20 Swedish kroner. That's literally me. It's me too. I actually have a very similar setup to what I just drew.
Consolation, as though that's some kind of accountability, as Mike ignores this person as a repeat offender who is utterly unrepentant and is free to try hurting more people. As we get this cretin...
Okay, Banglas, what are you sending me? Okay. It's a picture of a...
His origin story, you'll notice the music choices throughout.
I am broken. Yes, I am. I'm falling apart from this fucking...
Mike has licensed several actual songs for this doc, in addition to a litany of Baby's first classical music jams like Thus Spake Zarathustra.
If you've seen the Scarface intended emotion meme, I feel like that domain would appreciate if all media were like that. And it would be nice to have that available as an option. You know?
And Moonlight Sonata. And at nearly every turn, they are used to seemingly...
Imagine you start watching like... Okay, I'm not even going to make that. I was going to say, imagine you're watching like the... what's the movie? Schindler's List. And it's like the intended emotion. It's been like signed off on by Springfield. What's the guy's name? That... Steven Spielberg, and like then it like cuts to like the killing montage, and it's like the intended emotion is like happiness. You're like, what the fuck? What did they mean by this? I didn't get this from this at all.
Lighten the mood? Like the choices serve only to juxtapose against the stories being told, undermining the seriousness of what's actually happening with quippy music choices like Sweet Fucking Caroline. So after EDP gets a successful YouTube channel,
I
as
don't
the story
see it.
goes, he details how a minor reached out to him. And in the depths of his loneliness, we kick off the second segment, flatly titled Sex with a 13-Year-Old.
I don't remember that. That's crazy.
We cut to another YouTuber who caught EDP following a bunch of minors on Instagram and messaging them before going public with these allegations. According to this YouTuber, Cold Raven, EDP would text sexy and cute to people, and then when you looked at his Insta followers, it was a bunch of 13 to 15-year-olds. This point undermines an excuse EDP will use later that a minor actually reached out to him. EDP tries to play off his predation as being entrapped, which by people...
Okay. So... yeah, you're putting the pieces together that are provided by the documentary to reach the obvious conclusion that this guy fucking sucks.
like Alex Rosen, he was. But again, if Mike Clume had any fucking ideas in his head outside of chasing clout, he'd be able to try and explore the idea that EDP was clearly already a predator and entertaining fantasies well before that entrapment. So Cold Raven found this out and brought it to this dumb fuck, Alex Rosen, another clout chaser wannabe Chris Hansen.
I mean, I know that that domain had a very positive, Did my video about Nuxdarku, like, adequately ever say that, like, pedophiles are bad? Did it ever say that?
Who most recently tried to bail out Nazi mustache.
They? Oh, yeah. Wait.
Enthusiast Chud the Builder. Predator.
Didn't disavow what? Dude, I had a fucking,
Poachers, Alex Organ to bail out.
I lost the fucking plot, dude. I'm distracted by too many things.
Before that entrapment. So Cold Raven found this out and brought it to this dumb fuck, Alex Rosen, another clout chaser wannabe Chris Hansen, who most recently tried to bail out Nazi mustache enthusiast Chud the Builder.
Yeah, Alex Rosen sucks.
Predator Poachers, Alex organization, allegedly has resulted in more than 50 arrests in their predator stings, where they catfish and encourage a predator and then ambush them with cameras for fucking content. Predator catchers like this have become...
Why would you use terminology like ambush? Like, you're painting them in a negative light, and you're using the verbs that they, like, you're painting the actions they take against the child predators, and you're painting those in a bad light. Like, don't do that.
Far more common over time, as it's a relatively easy way to clout chase, and it appeals to a very simple urge that most people share. Predators should be held accountable and exposed. The problem is...
I mean, if most people share that, like, very obvious stance, then why are we worried about this documentary making people think that it's like, you know, like pro EDP? Like, the best argument you can make for like how it paints EDP is that it paints him as like this, like some kind of like you always need every story needs a villain. He's like a necessary for him to exist something. You can say that it stylizes his like you know, it puts like this like, you know, puts a different sort of spin on like his degeneracy and like presents him in like you know, different light from what it should be, which is like, you know, he's a disgusting, deplorable, a vile person. But like, you know, in the documentary there's like these comedic moments and these like moments where EDP has aura. EDP is aura farming, while, you know, mixed in with stuff about him being a totally disgusting monster. But I just I'm not seeing it to like this extent.
That making content off of these monsters doesn't actually help victims. While they might tout 50 arrests, I'm willing to bet the number of actual prosecutions is far, far lower.
It's like saying the pianist painted Nazis in a positive light because there's one Nazi officer helping him. Yeah.
Because it's so easy for these predators to just walk when it's obvious they were set up just to be humiliated by online clout whores. That doesn't really stand up in the court of law. So, not only do the predators walk most of the time, but additionally, they fucking walk knowing what to look for if an actual
by the way, Future, don't say stuff like this as a joke, okay? People are gonna take that and think it's directed at, directed at certain people or like different people.
Undercover officer or someone else qualified might be trying to catch them. And additionally, in the process of these catfishing missions, people like Rosen not only used pictures of real underage children, with Rosen using his own underage family members, you sick fuck.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
But by engaging with these predators and encouraging them with overtly sexual messages that let them go deeper into their perverse fantasies, they're essentially allowing predators to indulge and escalate their desires. So let me reframe it to make they're essentially allowing overtly sexual you sick fuck. But by engaging with these predators and encouraging them with overtly sexual messages that let them go deeper into their perverse fantasies, they're essentially allowing predators to indulge and escalate their desires.
The predator catchers? I mean, yeah, the purpose is to escalate them to meeting up, right? Like that's the whole point, right?
So let me reframe it to make clear how stupid
and to out the to expose the extent of like their derangement and sickness, right?
And fucked up this shit is. If you thought somebody was a serial killer and you wanted to catch them planning a murder and you strung them along for months, indulging increasingly violent fetishes.
For months? Do these really go on for months?
And impulses, encouraging them to live out their fantasies. What you're doing isn't building a case, you're leading to behavioral escalation.
Bungless? No, don't do that.
You're encouraging them to bring their horrid impulses into reality. And
I think the distinction they're making is letting someone jump off a cliff versus digging the ground out from under them. Yeah.
You strung them along for months, indulging increasing how stupid and
this analogy here doesn't really seem to work.
Fucked up this shit is. If you thought somebody was a serial killer,
okay. If we think someone's a serial killer,
and you wanted to catch them planning a murder, and you strung them along for months, indulging increasingly violent fetishes and impulses.
Now hold on a second. What are we talking about here? How does this function inside of this analogy? Like, if you think someone's a serial killer, and you message them as a guy who is doing what exactly? Like, encouraging them to kill people? Or to plan murders? Or, like, in this scenario, we're talking about, like... like... The way how this analogy would work is if you're like contacting someone you assume is a serial killer with an offer of like, hey, can you kill me? Can you murder me? Is that not more fitting?
Encouraging them to live out their fantasies. What you're doing isn't building a case, you're leading to behavioral escalation. You're encouraging them to bring their horrid impulses into reality. And then when people like Alex botch the operations to catch them and they're let free, not
Not
only are they now ready to escalate and have decided to then try and live out their fantasies in real life, but
I mean, you can certainly make the argument that when these predator catchers, when they fuck up the catchers, much like with everything else, when it, for example, things like sending a super chat to a YouTube live streamer, right? The first time you do it, there's a really big threshold, right? Like, you'll never do that, But once you've done it once, doing it again is a lot easier. And you could say that, you know, maybe going to the gym, for example, you know, first time going to the gym, you know, you have all kinds of expectations and fears and anxieties. Once you've been there, you know, one time, it's easier to go back the next time. And I assume a similar thing applies to meeting up, you know, with kids in real life. And, you know, if you've already had, like, the nightmare scenario of someone tries to, like, fucking get you. Mike Klum's second YouTube got nuked. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Did anyone archive that, the Kayla documentary? That would be pretty important to have, or the Kayla interview. I hope so. Certainly hope so. Like, yeah, like, I guess this could be true that, like, you know, those predators, it will be easier for them. It will be easier for those predators to then meet up with other girls, or like, you know, it's not so hard.
They walk away
if it is their first time
with a better idea of how to avoid being caught. There's a fucking reason real detectives and people who track and investigate criminals like this don't have fucking reality TV shows, because actual justice, actual helping people and defending victims isn't a fucking clout game. It's real life and people actually get hurt. But whatever. So as the story goes, Alex makes a fake account, likely using a real picture, to pose as a 13-year-old girl and reaches out to EDP. Already, nobody would prosecute this case because EDP didn't initiate, meaning it's too easy to prove he wasn't trapped. These sequences are also some of the most disgusting, as we get reenactments involving a young-looking child actor playing a role that never actually existed, as a stand-in for the fake person EDP was texting his vile fantasies to, all with music and voiceover. At a certain point, these reenactments by Mike border on irresponsible for just how far they go into portraying the fantasies of a real pedophile, recreating the fantasies instead of the mundane reality, and in the process.
So again, like, I think for most people, yeah, that almost like it makes EDP look worse. Yeah, like, I don't know what it, like, so if we go back to, like, the murder, like, analogy, right? Imagine if the documentary showed all the carnage and gore of the outcome of, like, the murderer's fantasies. Would that make them look better? Would it be irresponsible indulgement into their, like, into their fetish? I doubt it.
Says almost certainly providing some fucking cathartic content for actual predators who will watch this video. Like,
I mean, it is definitely true that it, you know, media can be used by people in a way that it's not intended. For example, you see a lot of, like, Nazis on the internet. They use, like, cutscenes from the Wolfenstein games for, like, all kinds of different memes, even though in the context of the game itself, it's supposed to be presented in, like, a negative light.
Mike is just making predator catnip and calling it a documentary. And all of this is intercut with EDP basically going back to blaming his loneliness and being like, I don't know, apparently too horny to think straight, as he sexually harassed a child. And the only effort Mike makes to call attention to how vile and wrong the situation is just recreating several of the vile sexual fantasies in text form. Like, these segments go on. I cannot stress enough. This segment goes on for a fucking eternity. It's like 6 or 7 minutes of EDP feeling sorry for himself, intercut with recreating his pedophile fantasies. Like, fuck you, Mike.
Recreating his pedophile fantasies? No, it's not really. It's is EDP's fantasy really to be like a fat guy stroking it on a why are people saying 6'7"?
Mike, straight up damn you to hell. Additional disgusting details like hopeful piano straight up goes on creating several of the vile sexual fantasies.
Okay, let's go back a little bit.
In tech,
6-7 minutes. Oh,
like these segments go on. I cannot stress enough. This segment goes on for a fucking eternity. It's like 6 or 7 minutes.
Okay, dude.
Of EDP feeling sorry for himself, intercut with recreating his pedophile fantasies.
Is it really his fantasy? It's like a recreation of what he thought was happening at the time, mixed with also, you know, presenting him being pathetic.
Like, fuck you, Mike. Straight up damn you to hell. Additional disgusting details, like hopeful piano music playing and EDP's background adorned with childlike drawings about this girl. Just fucking vile pieces of shit. Everyone who had
It's very clearly put in a light that's making fun of him.
hand in this, you fucking clowns. So after Alex baits EDP into sending a masturbation video, they decide to move forward with their sting up and the infamous cupcake incident when they confronted EDP and he claimed he was just trying to meet somebody to get a cupcake. In this one singular moment of insight, which goes nowhere, EDP tells the story of on his way to the meetup, he claims he felt his mother's presence, saying he smelt the cigarettes she used to smoke. Now, this could have been, in the hands of a more competent director, a great chance to confront someone so wildly unrepentant by asking, what do you think your mother would think of this? Maybe actually get into his upbringing, how he was raised, how that affected his attitudes towards women. Instead, we just get a 10-second cutaway ghost story, another point for the fuck you Mike Kloom scoreboard. So, as the story goes, EDP was exposed.
Yeah, I don't... The documentary did not go into the direction I wanted. Didn't he ask that? He asked, I believe he asked, was he telling you, like, don't do it? And I believe the answer was like, yeah. But that was the end. That was the end of it.
Publicly. Everyone had a hot take. EDP hoped it would all blow over until it became apparent to him that being a pedophile was a bigger deal than just waiting for people to forget about it. Except when they tried to bring charges, they couldn't because of how terribly Alex Rosen had botched the investigation. Another thread to pull on if Mike had any interest in prevention and protecting victims would have been to confront people like Alex Rosen and later other predator hunters.
I mean, were they not interviewed and showed to be fucking retarded?
Who are largely responsible for just enabling people like EDP, putting actual minors in danger, and failing to put a real predator behind bars. Alex is asked how...
And I mean, you can say yeah, the documentary is being really dumb by giving a lot of, yeah, like these people came across as a giant cloud-chasing retards though, yeah. Mike literally showed how pathetic they are. Yes. Like, that's what I remember getting out of it. That's what I remember seeing. And you even have, Chris Hansen coming in saying, these guys suck. And considering that some of the people involved literally sell themselves as hey, I'm the Skeeter guy or whatever, calls himself Skeet Hansen. Yeah, again, also, all you have to do is to look at how Jidion, Alex, and others have been getting cloud on after the doc to see that this documentary did call them out for a lot of people. Yeah. Hey, Link, thank you for the $4.99. Thank you, Kicking the Swede, for the 20 kroner. Unfortunate that the brain cells have gone down. Yeah. Skeeter saying that a good proper catch wouldn't make for good content is actually painting him in a good light, yeah. They literally put him in, he left in a clip of him saying, if we didn't film this stuff, it wouldn't be content. It would be bad for the content, clearly showing what the priority in the guy's head is.
how he feels about fucking up the investigation, but this dumbass just shrugs and basically says, hey, you win some, lose some, because these people only care about the clout they get from their videos, not what actually happens to press.
I mean, look, like, you know, like Alex Rosen deserves a share of like blame, but you know, criticism as well also. But like, yeah, Chris Hansen literally said if Alex Rosen and Skidder didn't fuck this up, you'd be in jail. It doesn't get more direct than that. And as you know, as irritating as you know as it is worthy of criticism how much the documentary is like ass kissing Chris Hansen. That stuff is a bit questionable. Like, what is Alex's response supposed to be if he has like significantly improved his procedure going forward? Which, assuming that he's actually telling the truth about getting, yeah, Alex Rosen should get his licks, but in terms of modern day, it's gotten a million times better. I would like to see some like deeper investigation of his claims about his record of convictions and arrests. Okay, like that's something that needs to be looked at. Thank you, United Tribute, for the 5 USD. But yeah, like, what exactly is what is Alex Rosen supposed to say? Assuming that he has gotten way better with doing this stuff, like, yeah, it's a massive blunder that he didn't get this incredibly famous guy caught. But you know, if he has since then improved, like, you know, what else can he say? Donowich, thank you for the 50 check something. Czech kroner or whatever. Yeah, agreed.
Predators. To underline how spectacularly Alex fucked up, we get a needle drop and a hype aura compilation of EDP in the desert shooting at documents like the...
So pay attention, okay? Important thing here. Quite an important thing, okay? Do you see this right here? Okay? What's that? That's I believe that is a Trump 2028 hat, okay? Do I need to say anything else? It is a vile, disgusting pedophile depicted as a fan of Trump, fan of Andrew Tate, fan of all of these, like the worst people in the world. An incredibly disgusting person who's fan of all the worst people in the world. Like, you understand what the real world impact of the documentary is, you know? You know, like, how it paints those people that he's a fan of. People are not walking out of this documentary thinking they're like, oh, Donald Trump, I'm gonna vote for him. They're not gonna walk out of this thinking, Andrew Tate, I'm gonna support him now.
Text showing him to be a
like, the people that he made fun of are the ones with apparently Alex posted a doc with over 100 names of Preds. He claims he got arrested or convicted. Okay. That would be something for someone else to go. Someone to go over.
Set up.
Well, like, yeah, like, people are not going to walk away from this thinking like, ooh, incel, red pill stuff, that's awesome.
Like this throughout do nothing but serve to underline how unrepentant and indignant he is in the face of his very real crimes, giving him a fun day out on the range that Mike followed along with, chumming it up with a predator so his documentary could have an excuse to fucking needle drop Creedence Clearwater Revival. Then Mike asks why hasn't he been prosecuted before performatively calling the Kern County prosecutor's offices on the phone live as
Thank you, David Canada, for the 5. Yeah. And like again, like if anything, it's criticism of America. Like, why is it that this person who is so obviously guilty is like free and able to own and possess weapons?
Though that's how prosecutors work, having daytime convos with clout chasing.
Like, it's a collection of incredibly damning footage of EDP and EDP acting isn't that literally the point? He's trying to show that EDP is beyond redemption. Also in this scene, they showed how absolutely vile, they showed absolutely vile chat logs. I don't remember exactly how, but I remember that at least he did shoot at them, I believe.
YouTubers. They don't respond, so this segment serves no purpose aside from showing Mike has no fucking idea how any of this shit works. If you actually want to hold EDP accountable, get a lawyer, build a case, bring it to the prosecutor, press charges, you dumb fuck. So then, after trying to call other people, we get another hype aura entrance with the rising drums of Thus Spake Zarathustra to introduce Chris Hansen, the Methuselah of botched pedophile clout chasers, who walks onto the screen like prime era John Cena coming out to the rest.
You can say a lot of things about Chris Hansen, but of all the people that did this stuff, like, he is the most successful. He's the most successful at doing this stuff.
WrestleMania ring. Now, is Chris here to bring EDP to justice? No. He interviews EDP a bit, throws some shit at the other rank amateurs like Alex Rosen that steal his flow bar for bar, and is ultimately yet another useless inclusion that only serves to make people go, hey, a name I know is in this, to gin up even more sensationalism. The interviews are just Chris doing his thing, but at this point in the doc, him asking questions like, what did you think would happen at the meetup to EDP are fucking useless.
Why was that auto-modded? I don't see a message, so, you know.
Recovering the same ground. We know he's a predator. That's been established. There's no doubt. But without anything more to say than that in the entire doc, there's no real point to these scenes. He does ask some questions that, again, Mike should have already asked, like interrogating if there was nobody.
Oh no, was this video like not scripted beforehand, like all the way through?
His own age EDP could have tried to get with. And as Hansen gives his expert testimony with incisive comments
media literacy much, okay.
Like he is in trouble here. And as Hansen gives his expert testimony with incisive comments like he is in trouble here, Mike cuts in a rendition of white person national anthem Sweet Caroline to really undermine once more that he's taking this situation super seriously, guys. So then Mike gets to the point that should have been made 10 minutes in, not almost 40, that the case would have been unprosecutable because the catfish made the first move on EDP. He also alleges that
Oh, the documentary does all these things that I criticized it for earlier, but it does them late. It's like, okay.
Alex Rosen got the views he wanted, as Mike has Alex literally reenact villainously laughing while flipping through $100 bills like Scrooge McDuck.
What do you think the intention of that scene is?
In case you ever had doubts about what a piece of shit Rosen is.
Okay.
I mean, Mike doesn't seem to call attention to it too much, aside from letting Chris Hansen tear into him and other amateurs. For all that's worth, from the guy that botched Onision.
What? What even is the point we're making here? Like it's a B-roll that makes like Alex Rosen look greedy and evil.
I don't know, maybe he was called in as an expert on.
And there's also footage of him being, you know, very being rather undressed in bed, you know, eating things, being lazy,
on letting predators away scot-free.
Looking incompetent.
And if you thought we had even touched the depths of Mike Klum's moral depravity, we start the third section titled Sex with a 15-Year-Old Girl.
I believe they're saying that the dog doesn't engage much or at all with social material structures. Around the situations and people involved, and mostly just is a timeline with meme reenactments.
Opening with Kayla Hoskins, a girl who was used when she was 15 to try and again.
I mean, again, what's the problem? If that's not the direction of the documentary.
Entrap EDP, who is now 18 when appearing in the documentary. Presenting this girl to the world without any degree of anonymity is wildly irresponsible, especially for someone who spent apparently 2 years tracking this world of...
The person's name is already out there. Like, they are out there on their own name. And okay.
CD debauchery. There's no way she doesn't get an endless well of harassment from all kinds of awful people from appearing in this.
Yeah, like, I mean, she was never de-anonned. She was not anon from the first place, like from the start. And she's made videos about this stuff already. Like, this is not some never before heard of girl that just they decided to like name.
Another thing I lay firmly on Mike Klume's head, but not his alone, as she soon unveils she met EDP online through another content creator, Jidion, who decided to then use this minor at the time to try and entrap EDP. She recalls how EDP...
Yeah, it sounds like you're a rather accurate description so far of what's being presented in the documentary. So
he progressed from reaching out apparently while suicidal to then soon escalating the conversations to outright violent rape fantasies. She was 15 at the time, a child by any fucking definition, and as we find out, the reason this child continued interacting with a predator who was sharing violent sex fantasies was because 2 other adults wanted to use this child to clout chase.
Yes. Was that not sufficiently pointed out as a bad thing?
Hoping to succeed where Alex Rosen had failed. So,
is this video just recreating the EDP video while just like or like taking all the information from it and just like packaging it in a manner that people can consume without having to watch the original?
Skeeter Jean and Jidion teamed up to try and do another sting on EDP, but unlike Alex, they didn't just use a real picture of somebody. No. Having this minor eventually actually send actual nude photos to EDP.
Well, that's not
though Jidion doesn't...
That's not quite known.
Take credit for that and says she did it on her own. The fact that this child at the time was put in that position and constantly encouraged to do it, to me, lays the blame firmly at the content creator's feet. Jidion tries to cover his ass by saying he would check in with Kayla, making sure she was...
So, what's the point we're making here again?
Still okay and wanted to move forward with the sting. But you have to be a cosmic level dumbass to think that that's an acceptable excuse. In what world would you ever, as an adult, take the word of a 15-year-old at face value about anything?
So this is actually really cool. Harmful Opinions like articulated this like really well about this stuff. Is that like if Kayla saying I'm okay, I'm all right, if that was a valid valid enough to let Jidion off the hook, then in that situation it wouldn't be wrong for EDP to be trying to, you know, hook up with her, okay?
That is a mind that's literally not fully formed, not able to make their own legal decisions. And here's a stranger on the internet encouraging you to string along a pedophile so they can make fuck...
So, what's the conclusion about this again?
In the process, we find out that EDP, who owns several guns, made multiple violent death threats to this girl upon finding some of this out, so they've additionally put her in the way of possibly quite credible threats of violence. And in the end, it still resulted in no charges. On camera, EDP admits to sending this child videos of him masturbating and receiving sexual assault material. And Mike even includes him pontificating about how hot she is. And in maybe one of the most vile lapses of judgment includes segments where Jidion and Skeet talk about this minor as being interested in the sting, probably because she, the child who's being preyed on, with their supervision.
So again, like this is just summary of the documentary. Okay, this guy's comment got modded. Wow, he sent videos of him jerking off. What a positive life tape headed him in. I'm still waiting for like the criticism Like, yes, the documentary shows all of this, and it's made out to be a bad thing, very
was
obviously.
Also, according to them, clout chasing. Upon admitting that Kayla now sees Jidion as someone else who used and abused her accurately in retrospect, that's when Mike decides to have Jidion shoot back by alleging that the minor teenager was using it as leverage to boost her music career. And Mike then includes a scene of her saying, well, I'm an opportunist, but then her saying, when you're young, you have to make your own opportunities, and then she doesn't actually link to that thought, leading me to think this section was intentionally taken out of context, where something is missing, because she ends by saying this situation, describing the whole sting, wasn't a case of creating an opportunity for her. So if that wasn't the case here, there's no real reason to have her included, for this moment at least. It's an awkward cut. Yet, even if this 15 or 16-year-old was planning on using all these adults to clout chase a music career, none of that makes what these adults did okay. And by Mike including that segment, it kind of seems like he might think that's the case. So Mike including music career, none of that makes what these adults did okay. And by Mike including that segment, it kind of seems like he might think that's the case. So she's not.
No, not really. Like, I mean, the way that comes across to me is that, like, those guys are a piece of shit trying to, like, blaming the fucking kid. Okay? Like, was that not spelled out properly enough in the documentary?
Not admitting to doing all of this to clout chase. She very clearly says that's not the case. But the way the scene is framed makes it seem that way. And later in the doc, Mike has EDP go on a rant where he says, 15-year-olds on social media, they know what they're doing. They want people to prey on them.
Yes, and that's obviously bad.
Basically, they're old enough for adult sexual interactions. And because of Mike's framing, because of the way he framed this girl who was used by other predators, the documentary is willfully playing into that bullshit narrative, depicting a
No, it's not.
victim of sex crimes as a self-interested opportunist instead of the reality that this child was manipulated by clout chasers and amoral content creator.
This is really bad. This is just so bad, dude.
So EDP apparently backed out of a meetup with.
Yeah, like, that was pretty clear. Yeah. Documentary makes Jidion and Skeeter look bad. Like, it's really obvious, right?
Kayla and Jidion hired a private investigator to stalk him and find a place to ambush him undeterred. To show how serious they were, one of them showed up in a fucking cupcake outfit, you know? How
Yeah, and that's made fun of.
people who actually take crime seriously, their first priority is always showing up to do it for the memes. They then get an extended back and forth about Skeeter and Chris Hansen, where they shoot back at one another about their unprofessionalism, because Mike is more interested in stoking drama than calling out how ineffective any of these fuckers are. Then we're back to Mike and EDP, where EDP alleges God saved him from being arrested a second time. God apparently has a role in his life now. When did that start? Has he always been Christian? Is this a new turn to try and turn over a new leaf, or just try and excuse his past mistakes? Again, none of this is interrogated. None of it's explored by Mike. It just passes into the ether because Mike is now more interested in spending the rest of the film's runtime turning a dangerous predator into a slice-of-life lolcow parade. After all this evil on display, Mike stumbles through several more subjects that seem only to be aimed at making EDP sympathetic for some fucking reason, detailing his life-threatening struggles with diabetes, interviewing a friend who claims he's a good guy and he's just been set up, and even interviewing EDP's therapist who's been helping him with a guy and he's just been set up. Life-threatening struggles.
Nothing about this paints EDP as sympathetic.
Diabetes, interviewing a friend who claims he's a good guy and he's just been set up.
Yeah, and the friend looks like a fucking idiot. Comes across like a moron.
And even interviewing EDP's therapist who's been helping him with urges. The problem with now, this late in the game, framing EDP as someone struggling with some kind of addiction or urges is that we know he's unrepentant. That he
and the therapy segment, okay? The therapist says, hey, I'd like to believe he wouldn't do it again, but we recommend him to continue with the therapy service. And then it ends with a mention of like, hey, EDP has stopped, going to therapy.
He has made no.
Is it not pretty clear?
Effort to stop his rampant porn consumption or his deep disdain for women. That he doesn't see anything wrong with wanting to fuck children. Like, it's too late in the game for this. Whatever.
Yeah. He no longer sees a therapist. Like, How does this paint him as someone who's like, oh, he'll never do it again? No. Or how does it paint him in a sympathetic light? Like, the professional help, like... he showed that EDP understood literally nothing during the therapy, and he's too stupid or too lazy to fix his health.
No more actual through lines to follow. Mike just throws some shit together for the rest of the runtime, rotating between EDP's dipshit brain-dead friend who claims the pedophile was set up before Mike goes to the most hands-down, vile, and evil thing I think I've ever fucking seen, done for a YouTube video. I'll be honest, I was fucking shocked. When I saw this on stream, I skipped forward through it.
Okay.
And I was still speechless. Mike...
Okay, now I'm actually really excited. Is it gonna be the shit pic collage? Oh, no. It's gonna be the fucking, the haters list, right?
Clume, you opportunistic profiteering fuck, you need to never touch a camera again. Let me set this up first. After documenting and following this depraved porn addict piece of shit who has told Mike about his rape fantasies towards minors, how he loves thinking about murdering and fucking children, who's had to go to therapy for being attracted to children, who Mike has documented as being somebody who wants to repeat offend, who at every turn continues to blame minors for his perverse fantasies. With all of that already seen in the film, already documented by Mike, what did Mike Clume think was a good fucking idea? Putting this piece of shit in the
oh yeah, this scene. I forgot about this one. Okay. Yeah, it's not the guys, it's not the shit pic segment.
Same room as children. As EDP's idiot friend brings his kids to EDP's house, so Mike can film a performative scene of EDP interacting and playing with small children, including girls. This is as nursery chime music plays in the background, juxtaposed against EDP talking about how he enjoys.
So, what do you think this is sending? What kind of signal do you think this is sending the greater public? This person is a dangerous predator. He will offend again, and he has access to children. What do you think? Like, if we are asking the question, will this documentary motivate people into action? Yeah. Will this documentary motivate people to take action, or will it demotivate people to take action? I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the fucking former. Like, hello? This guy is crazy. He's obviously, crazy evil. He's obviously guilty. And, yeah, and also, like, Mike Clum did not put EDP in touch with these kids. Like, that's the life EDP is living, whether Mike Clum is there or not. He's documenting it for sure, and it's valid. It's like, imagine the alternative, like, an alternative dimension, where it comes out that EDP was in contact, had access to children, and Mike Clum's documentary never mentioned that. He, like, left that out. Yeah, I don't think Mike took those photos or forced Jimmy to bring his daughter to his best friend.
He's playing with kids, including him going into detail on how he likes blowing raspberries. I do not have the...
So yeah, the point of this scene, like, if you want to split it into a dichotomy of like, does this motivate people to take action to get this guy arrested, or does this not motivate them? This is like massive alarm bells, like, hey listen, this guy is an active danger, and he can like continue offending if he's like if he's not prosecuted on the million things he could be prosecuted for. And it is like, they have a lawyer in the fucking documentary saying like, hey listen, if you do this, like, you are gonna have someone coming after you.
Word.
Like, he's gonna be arrested for this, or prosecuted, likely. And it's like a real lawyer's analysis of the situation.
To properly...
We can actually pull up the what's the name of the... Oh, is that the name of the guy? Yes. So let's actually check this out real quickly, because
Hi, this is Michael Pariente.
So this is the guy who was in the documentary, right? What the fuck's happening on the bottom right? Pariente Law Firm, PC.
I'm a criminal defense lawyer here in Las Vegas, Nevada. You might recognize me from the documentary, The Sick Mind of EDP445, produced by Mike Clum.
Quite frankly, doing this documentary, it's just a stupid idea.
I was interviewed to give my legal opinion and advice to EDP445 as to whether or not I thought he should do this documentary. And my advice was, do not do this documentary, because it's a stupid idea to do this documentary.
He's cutting out the curse words, and it's causing these cuts that are a little bit bizarre. Let me scrap that one over.
Well, as you know, he did the documentary, and now he has been seen by millions of people on this documentary admitting to committing very serious crimes. What I believe is going to happen next is this. When you tell the government, F you, and you're giving a big middle finger, celebrating crimes you think you got away with, the federal government is going to come after you. I believe a U.S. attorney somewhere in the country where he's accused of committing these crimes is going to indict him. And if he's convicted, which is going to be easy to do because he's admitting to committing these crimes. If he's convicted, he's looking at a minimum 10 years in prison. That's called a mandatory minimum, which means the federal sentencing judge can't give him less than those 10 years. So if you commit a crime, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, don't brag about it. Don't go tell your friends about it. Certainly don't go on social media and admit to millions of people you committed the offense. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I'm licensed here in Nevada, Arizona, Texas, and Colorado. If you get arrested for something, someone accuses you of doing something, give me a call. I'm more than happy to talk to you over the phone or in person about how I can help you.
But yeah, like this is again, it's a real attorney saying this on the reputation of their real law firm. How exactly, like, if that's how things work, you have EDP taunting the hell out of people, being like, yeah, I did all this crazy shit, and I'm not he's got access to kids, he's got nothing to lose. He's offended before, he'll offend again. Like, what do you think the documentary is motivating? It's calling people to take action, right? Most definitely. What did you think about Queeman's coverage of the EDP documentary? I actually watched that last night, and I noticed Queeman when he was talking about the various individuals who let me see here. So the documentary ends with a bunch of total slobs from YouTube being criticized in various ways, or like criticizing EDP in various ways. And, you know, Queeman makes the point that a lot of these people are kind of like fucking just as bad as EDP himself, in a way, or like not too far away from him. And something I noticed is that he said that, oh, I don't want to slander Wings of Redemption, there's nothing to say there. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a quick look. Maybe there'll be a change of mind.
I made a point that the new generation of females are whores? And that you have to be naive to think that young girls aren't already having sex? I did say the age of consent should be 12.
Okay, so already, age of consent should be 12 years old, coming from Wings of Redemption, who's well into being a fucking adult here.
You know why I said that? Because growing up in high school, I knew girls that were like 12, 13, 14, fucking on the regular.
Brought the topic up. Remember, I was like, we were brainstorming for topics, and
yeah, child pornography is such a loosely based thing. But even 16 at 45, that I'd let that slide because a 16-year-old can make her own damn decisions. I'd cut child pornography off around 12.
Evan, Jersey, North Carolina.
Whoa.
Yeah,
where would you cut child pornography off on?
No, 12.
Yeah, so when EDP is saying, like, hey, all these guys, they're like, oh, come on, 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds, they know what they're doing. Having this guy at the end being like, this guy fucking sucks. There's nothing memorable about him. Having that guy, like, posing, having that guy, like, you know, flexing over EDP's corpse when he's just as fucking bad, is pretty clear, like, why that's a bad idea. So we have a Jordy Jordan response. This is me, and the clip I was responding to was something I said on Painkiller already in 2010. I get harassed daily by internet trolls, and this clip is me being frustrated and explaining myself poorly. Yeah, I don't believe there's any... there's no explanation for this. I don't approve of child porn or think you should sexualize children. Wow, great. But yeah, like, yeah, like, 12 years old, age of consent should be... for child porn should be 12. There's also, something Queeman doesn't really go into. He mentions when Adam 22 is on screen, during that end, collage of, like, condemnation, all these influencers condemning EDP. Let's take a look at this real quickly. This is a Turkey Tom video, right? About Adam 22. Let's see what's up. I saw this linked on Dicker's.
Made, along with
on Dicker's Discord server, I believe.
Statements from the alleged victim. A statement from Adam 22's victim, who tried to physically block her vagina with her hands before he pinned her arms down. At 5'3", she gave in and was later terrified her mom, who she shared a wall with, would hear her crying. He doxed and posted nudes of her online. It's all archived. The pictures shown were Adam's official B9 account posting a link to an old blog he made, seemingly admitting to dating Desiree Aleda when she was 16 and he was 22. Now, any of the math inclined out there are probably reading this and thinking something like, she's 19 now, you were 23 then, how old was she then? Well, she was 16, but come on man, look at her. She's 18 or 19 in most of the pics here, but she didn't look much different at all then. If statutory rape is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Yeah, so having a guy who said that the age of consent should be 12, and a guy who's like, oh, you know, it's gotta be statutory, it's mandatory, alright? Having those two people, like, posing above EDP, it kind of undermines the documentary's strength, or, like, undermines the... It kind of paints all the other people as well, who are in that, in that collage, as being, like, very suspect.
Pictures also came out from 2006 when Adam hosted an AMA on the 2+2 forums about his sexual history. In one of his replies, he admits that he slept with a 17-year-old when he was 22. On top of that, he allegedly said that 15 is good after being shamed for...
So again, 15 is good. This guy's on the documentary being like, that EDP fucking sucks, man. Acting like he's putting himself on a pedestal above this guy. The only thing you have to stand on is that, well, you know, he did do the statutory with a 16-year-old. So hold on a second, this guy might actually be worse than EDP. Right? You know, like EDP's never actually been with an underage woman. Let's also not forget Chris Chan. Well, hold on a second now. Chris Chan and EDP both had a problem, okay? They had the big V. Alright? You know what that is? Not the V for Vendetta, alright? It's virginity. Alright? How did Chris Chan solve that problem? How did EDP try to solve that problem? Which one of them harmed the world less? I would claim that it is Chris Chan who takes the cake there. You know? Keeping it in the family, alright? Not, you know, putting your nastiness out there into the world, not impacting someone else's life, Chris Chan harmed his mother, which is so gross. I know, that's what I'm talking about. Wait, really? Chris Chan lost his V to a hooker? Did he already previously lose his virginity? So I thought, oh, years before the mom stuff? Okay, well shit, I don't know. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about then.
Messaging girls that looked around that age. On March 26th, Adam tweeted out, "It's fucking sad how all it takes is a completely fabricated story from 10 plus years ago to fool so many."
Wow, crazy. Could be good to analyze further at a later date, but let's see if Dead Domain actually brings up any of this stuff in here. That would be good.
Describe my loathing for anybody who played a hand in bringing this into being. The wildly irresponsible framing of Mike until now has allowed for a sympathetic portrayal of an incredibly unsympathetic creature, and that is a failure on its own. But this, putting incredibly irresponsible framing of Mike until now has allowed for a sympathetic portrayal of an incredibly unsympathetic creature, and that is a failure on its own.
Oh yeah, and also there's also, even fucking EDP is not actually a virgin. He's just an incel. Because there was the story about the one girl that he was with once, and then also the broom, the broom story. But yeah, I don't understand. I have no idea where Dead Domain's coming from with the claim of like sympathetic portrayal. No.
But this, putting actual children in the presence of an intended pedophile, putting them in close contact and filming it, if I say what I think, I'll be...
So he didn't... I wouldn't say that he put them in contact with them. He simply filmed it.
Banned, I'll be honest. There is no world in which this was ever a good idea. There is no purpose here whatsoever aside from dangling the potential of abuse in front of an audience like a fucking carnival motorcycle show, hoping maybe some...
Like, with the Jidion stuff, like, Jidion's actions are actually connected to... Jidion's actions are connected to Kayla continuing to engage with EDP, whereas Mike Klum recording footage of EDP being with his relatives' kids or his friends' kids, and his, the parents of those kids were present when filming. Like, there's a difference there.
Somebody will crash. It's purely...
Whereas even with the Jidion thing, there's no guarantee that the parents actually knew what the daughter was telling them, like, the daughter was telling them the truth. Mike Klum just filmed it, like how in nature documentaries they film lions hunting and killing gazelles. Yeah.
Exploitative, putting real children in the presence of a predator for no reason aside from how shocking it is, and the most shocking part is that...
And what do you think the aim of that kind of packaging all that shocking material into one instance is?
Mike doesn't even have two fucking brain cells to rub together to see how this is directly enabling this predatory fuck. But...
Huh? I mean, based on the photos, like, EDP's been in contact with, like, kids, like, prior and, like, when Mike Klum isn't there. Like...
This is apparently the end of Mike's interest in exploring the actual primary subject matter.
Can't watch this dude. Okay. Alright, Grobby Noblin.
Because next we just shift gears aimlessly to hearing EDP talk shit about some YouTubers they've performatively printed out in a fucking warehouse somewhere. Yeah, this thin-skinned loser incel has issues with people who call them out. Fucking shocker. And then, again, when EDP talks about how much he loves content from misogynistic and outright women-hating rapists and sex traffickers like Andrew Tate, there's no connection drawn between those opinions and the effect they've had on enabling his predatory attitude.
Is that not obvious on its face? Why wouldn't you want this to be in the documentary? Like, anything, like EDP saying this guy is cool, in the mind of the viewer, does not make the viewer think, oh, that guy must be cool. It makes them think, this guy fucking sucks. Alright?
Towards women and...
Why wouldn't you want this to be Like, it literally, like, it speaks for itself, like, what you're wanting. What kind of person is a fan of Andrew Tate, Donald Trump, Joe Rogan, Fresh and Fit, Pearl Davis, Sneeko, Ben Shapiro, and the fucking other Tate? Well, it's a crazy, vile, incel pedophile.
Children. It's just another scene Mike thought would clip good and get spread around social media for more impressions. It contributes nothing of any actual insight to the causes or attitudes of active predators.
You sure about that?
And therefore is useless in any documentary that might purport to be about advocacy or holding people accountable or, you know, stopping these fucking monsters before they hurt people. And then over an hour in, we get a compilation of EDP talking about how he's an incel and he hates women and dating is a chore and it's just easier to live a life of endless laziness, misanthropy, and constant porn consumption. Yes, this is sad and pathetic, but by this point, the viewer is just numb to this depravity. So it doesn't even ring as criticism, just what his hollow, pathetic life looks like. There's no deeper analysis, not tying these tangents together.
What? Oh, the viewer's just numb at that point. What the fuck?
They're just a sloppy.
Yeah, it's really asking for the tone indicator
scenes with
treatment.
Spiffy camera lenses. Even as EDP describes in violent detail fantasies about dismembering and mutilating people who he feels wronged by, including the 16-year-old girl, the minor from earlier, Mike just seems to be following him around and chopping it up. Even the music seems aimed at trying to lighten the mood, playing Ave Maria. And because Mike's only real goal is to turn a unambiguously dangerous predator into a sideshow, the last segments are all about him getting a girlfriend who it's revealed.
How does any of the... How... So wasn't the claim that the documentary paints EDP in a sympathetic light? And consistently showing material from the documentary, you have painted it like, no, this person is absolutely evil.
Doesn't know he had...
And the predator catches, they suck ass.
Violent, depraved fantasies and is a pedophile. And also criticizes him for his violent, depraved fantasies and about him getting a girlfriend who it's revealed doesn't know he had violent, depraved fantasies and is a pedophile, and also criticizes him for his porn addiction. After a while, where this poor woman seems to have just been a good partner, even talking up EDP as a caring person, EDP dumps her because, as he claims, she was annoying and wouldn't give it up. And we mostly end on him just being a lonely, sad piece of shit who now lives out his fantasies with a variety of AI.
I'm not sure if I would paint the girl in that kind of, the woman in that kind of light.
Girlfriend, sinking further into obvious AI psychosis and admitting to having the chat.
Oh, my fucking chat thing is frozen. What's happening? Finally, Jesus Christ. Porn addiction problem is one of the main themes of the documentary, in my opinion. Yeah. Okay, where's that comment that I just saw that I, Oh, fuck, my fucking thing just crashed. Nice example of a lack of media literacy. Yeah, that's one way to put it, certainly. God, what? There we go, there we go. Bro, the documentary shows he broke up with her because he's incapable of normal human love and understanding. Yeah.
Chatbots even...
And that he considers an AI chatbot an adequate replacement to a human
role play
relationship.
As minors. So first with that, those chatbots need to be shut down fucking immediately if they're capable of role playing as underage people, because
it's like I just don't know, like
at that point, it's just a pedophile machine. Secondly, Mike misses another incredibly valuable chance at analysis here, which is comparing and contrasting how many people live like EDP. He lives a disgusting, simple, hateful life, lacking actual human connection and substituting it with online dopamine hits and an overdose of ever more gratuitous pornography. At every turn, he is enabled by people like Mike who only serve to normalize this lifestyle by portraying it without any attempts at actual critique. By people like Mike who only serve to of ever more gratuitous pornography. At every turn, he is enabled by people like Mike, who only serve to normalize this lifestyle by portraying it without any attempts at actual critique.
What fucking version of this? I mean, listen, guys, I have to admit, the version I reacted to was edited down by Cope & Seath or someone he knew to remove the slurs and to remove some of the copyrighted music. So it is possible that we missed, like, some critical context by having all but one of the F slurs censored. Indeed, as a cat points out here. But to claim that there's no actual critique, I mean, what the hell does actual critique mean? There's plenty of critique. And it's not just that, oh, EDP is fat. Like, he's repeatedly shown as a disgusting, perverted. You can see them read off a script. How does one make a script this bad? Yeah, it is quite. It is quite surprising. Yeah, Mike Klum, EDP did nothing wrong. Yeah, that's what I got from the documentary. Surely.
I wondered how many Asmongold fans like this. How many Groypers are like this?
I mean, based on the selection, the media diet, well, you can probably assume a lot of them.
There are so many lazy, hateful bitches on the internet with no higher brain function and no aspirations aside from complaining about women and yelling slurs while every night they go home to a disgusting empty home and fuck their hand while they watch some AI anime cat girl they pay extra coins to.
And what do you think those people are gonna think when they see this documentary? Like, hey, maybe I should perhaps I should you know, change the way that I am.
Dress up like their favorite anime character. Whatever. Mike, I guess, tries to have some kind of circular interrogation at the end, giving a few brief minutes for EDP to, like, again, as I said earlier, claim that minors know what they're doing and that their brains are fully formed. As Mike cuts to a clinical psychologist, again, we decide to bring an actual expert in like 8 minutes to the end of the film, who gives testimony saying, no, children don't actually have fully formed brains. They can't make those decisions. No fucking shit. Didn't want to have this conversation any earlier in the doc, Mike?
What? Dude, come the fuck on with this shit. I actually forgot entirely about this, I actually forgot about this entirely. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Entity. Like, so making it explicit that this is a fucking bad thing, showing pushback is like, I mean, the criticism seems to be that this should have been earlier in the documentary, and it's like, it was fine. It was fine. I do not believe that there exists a person who watched like the first, you know, some portion of the documentary and thought, man, this EDP guy, he's awesome. This EDP guy is really cool. I'm really glad that I didn't, you know, watch till the end of the documentary, because there might be some scenes where, you know, a professional psychologist might say that he actually this guy fucking sucks.
Didn't want to try and explore this psychology at any other point? After over an hour of just letting the pedophile speak with no pushback. Just save it for the last 10 minutes. Okay, dude. And then we end with some compilation of other lolcows and internet chuckle fucks like Mutahar saying he wants EDP to keep fucking up and get caught. You fucking moron. That would mean putting other people in danger, you stupid motherfucker.
Oh yeah. Did he actually fucking say that?
You fucking moron.
God, I'm such a fucking moron. I didn't even piece that together. That how the fuck did Mutahar? God, it's so unbelievable. Like how it just kind of like slipped my mind when I heard that. Like, yeah, I hope EDP like really messes up and actually gets into jail.
Mutahar saying he wants EDP to keep fucking up and get caught. You fucking moron. That would mean putting other people in danger, you stupid motherfucker.
Yeah. What the fuck? When would Muta have been reached for comment for this, by the way? I don't know. Well, based on a tree this might have been based on this tree here. That might have been that could be a Christmas tree. Okay, could be a Muslim Christmas tree. Let me see here. I got the let me get the stream safe version of the documentary. Let's go check out the thing that Mudahar actually said, because that's important to know. God, these people are all such losers.
Top of the list. He is the face.
Give him
There it is.
that can even stoop to learn, you know? He is, at the core, a horrible person. He's never going to learn, you know? All you can really hope, the best advice you can give him is to be even stupider, and hopefully one day he lands himself in jail.
Well, it's not explicitly what he's saying.
Because that's the only thing that can fix him, going to jail.
So
It's not quite explicitly. I mean,
all you can really hope, the best advice you can give him is to be even stupider, and hopefully one day he lands himself in jail. Because that's the only thing that can fix him, going to jail.
it's not specifically about reoffending. Like, I understand. Like, it's one of the interpretations, one of the valid interpretations. Like, hey, you've been kind of stupid now, going after these kids. You should be even dumber. And hopefully he goes, yeah. But what does be even stupider actually mean? Yeah, I mean, it's open to interpretation, I'd say. Listen, as much as I dislike Muda of Horror, all right, I wouldn't really
Loser, but he is, at the core, a horrible person. He's never going to learn, you know? All you can really hope, the best advice you can give him is to be even stupider, and hopefully one day he lands himself in jail.
Admitting past crimes on camera is pretty stupid. Is the Muda hate genuine? I don't really hate him as much as I do Naxtaku. Most of my distaste of Mudahar is based around the fact that he, other people's desire to be friends with him delayed Naxtaku getting the justice that he deserved. Which he still hasn't quite gotten, but you know, instead of being demonetized in 2026, he could have been demonetized in 2024.
Or you have people interviewed with literally nothing to add, like Chris Chan and fucking Wings of Redemption. Because why not assemble the sex pest Avengers while we're at it? Again, there's nothing to be gained by having these.
I think what really nailed in the coffin for me was him deleting the Nux video and apologizing to him. Yeah. I mean, like, not only, like, are people eager to, like, completely sweep up the Nux story because they want to be, because it makes Mutahar look bad, they're also, when Mutahar finally does make the fucking, like, disavowal of Nux, when it's reached a level where he can no longer escape it, he walks it back and gives Naxtaku this shield of like, hey, I'm actually innocent. I'm being accused of like innocent, like I'm being accused of nothing here. I'm being accused of well, it's nothing here. And you know, now all of those people who were saying that you know, when the post-Nux Clarity stuff happened, when there's all those people who were saying like, oh, Mudahar is basically calling Nux a pedophile, like, none of them fucking spoke out for him during my, when my video came out. The worst part about that Nux video from Muda is all the people on one of his YouTube posts telling him that disavowing his body was bad because he's your hecking frienderino. Yeah. Muda hasn't done something as bad as Nux, but his habitual lying makes someone to dislike him. Okay. like, there's reasons to dislike him. My reasons to dislike him are that his slime balliness, his dishonesty, his cowardice contributed to a much more harmful individual like Nux not being called out earlier. And it's not only did Mutaha mess up in 2024, arguably, without Mutaha being a fucking idiot, Nuxtaku's career could have ended in 2021, which is during the peak times of his crazy EPI bullshit. But that's a story for that video that I'm supposed to be putting out.
Stupid, useless, dumb
that series that I'm supposed to be putting out there, but you know.
Fucks like Boogie pop on the screen for 3 seconds to say EDP is stupid, except that Mike knew 2 things. All of these people are desperate and clout-hungry whores that will just show up for anything on camera.
And by saying that, like, what I'm talking about is Mutaha's involvement in the whole V-Shoujo chase and helping control the narrative of Nuxtaku basically made a video drawing attention to the bunch of the V-Shoujo women's like Kiwi Farms thread with their docs on it. The narrative was controlled from being about that to being about, oh, this V-Shoujo organization backstabbed Nuxtaku, and then all these girls, these insane fucking vile whores, came after him and flipped out on him, even though he handled those things correctly, right? He got the guy caught, okay? Hey guys, the guy that was swatting people, he got him. He's in prison. Let's see here. Do I have this anywhere? People like it's so crazy. Where do I have this? Where do I got it? Is it in? I'm looking through my folders. I'm trying to find a. Let's see here. Is this video still up? Because I believe one of those got taken down. This is the the V-Shoujo Nuxtaku drama. Alright, so this is so ladies and gentlemen, so what we're looking at here, so for some context, this is November 27, 2021, okay? So to give you some context, okay, so the V-Shoujo swatting drama is in 2021. On October 19th, I believe, is when Nuxtaku initially begins tweeting out about like how there's these evil swatters targeting people, and he's gonna investigate it. He's gonna solve it. And on November 21st, he puts out his video about like, ooh, we got this swatter arrested who swatted 11 people or something like that. I believe by November 25th, okay, I got these dates down. Nux takes down that video because out of pressure from the V-Shoujo girls telling him that like, hey, this is fucking insane that you're making this video. And this is November, as I showed, November 27th, okay? This video comes out. So this is a video by the person who was running the swatting. Do I have the video that was removed? Yes, of course. I mean, I have this video. Of course I have the video that was removed. VTuber says he got me arrested. This is a video by the guy that swatted, or like who set up like the harassment website, set up like the swatting stuff, or like did the swatting, or tried to target the V-Shoujo girls with swatting, okay? And now these guys, they like to mix up their usernames and their like names and stuff. I don't believe this guy's active anymore. I've like checked, looked into it. This guy calls himself Heaven Zone. And he's indeed, so this is November 27th. People are now claiming in this drama that this person has been arrested and he's in prison or in jail.
Alright. Hello guys. So some VTuber with 2 million subscribers said he got me arrested. And I'm here to tell you all that I'm on my chair playing Roblox right now.
There's people out there who still believe to this very day that this guy got arrested because of Nuxtaku's actions. No, he didn't. He did not. What Nuxtaku, the information he gave to police were, like, information from, like, fake, it was a red herring that he was fed by these people. Lamau, how did you find this? So, it turns out, if you wish to find, you know, stuff of this nature, the 4chan VT board, okay, if you look through their archives, you can, like, piece together the various, like, people. Like, this was at the time, was a public video, you know, when it came out. So, on November 25th, I believe, when Nuxtaku takes down the video got, it was actually re-uploaded by one of the other members of the swatting and harassment crew called Mud, okay? And, you know, that video, that re-upload got a ton of views, like a lot of views. So, the whole problem with the Nuxtaku V-Shoujo drama video, him making that video, is that instead of, you know, not drawing attention to these people, giving them a reaction, giving them infamy, giving them all the things that they are doing this shit for. Fuck. Instead of doing that, he shows, like,
and
at some point in this video, like, he plays the clip, okay, from the actual video itself.
In his video, arrested.
Hold on a sec. Can I...
claiming to be a hero and saying he got the best swatter, aka me, arrested, and he put a clip of me saying I'm the best swatter ever in his video. Here's the clip.
Muda, we got so much stuff.
So, this is Nuxtaku describing how him and Mutaha, working together, trying to catch these, like, swatters and hackers and whatever, they got so much info on them. All of which came from a fan of Nuxtaku who... Muda? What do you mean, Muda? Well, Muda was involved in this, don't you know? Don't you know? Well, that's, you know, something that I should be telling in a video, but, and yes, a fan. Indeed. It was a fan of Nuxtaku, in quotes, okay? I'm doing finger quotes. It was one of the fucking swatters who was feeding them false information, and they fed him a clip of evidence. I'm actually gonna, do I have this? There we go. That's pixelated for you guys, right? Because, I believe Nux plays this clip of them committing a swatting without any censorship.
2 of his YouTube channels, including this video where he is actually admitting to quote-unquote being the best swatter ever.
Okay, so he does, at least in this view, they do censor, like, the...
Get a look at this.
See, I told you guys.
Okay, yeah, so they don't censor the... Okay, they do censor the background of the footage, which contains the, it contains the, when was this thing? It contains, like, a dogspin, like, paste or shit full of, like, somebody's personal info, and all the names of the fucking, like, the nicknames, the things that these people want attention to, like, their names are right here, completely uncensored, alright? All the people. How do you even pixelate like that? It's called the OBS shader filter. It's how my entire interface is, like, set up. This is all, you mean website 0? Exactly, website 0. Sorry, did I even mention that? But, like, there's, like, you can see, like, Discord, like, you know, server symbols here, that they have like the fucking logo of insert evil doxing website here on there. And like it's fucking mental.
So it's the fucking best water on fucking Discord.
This is the most...
So what has been passed on to Nux, and what Nux in his infinite retardation believes is evidence of these guys being criminals, it is a bragging video. It's not green Reddit, okay? It's not green Reddit. Where was I? Oh god. Like I remember there was like a special needs kid in my school where people were very you know, kids can be very cruel, and some people are very in touch with their inner child. They basically told like the special needs kid that like, hey, see that guy over there? He's got chocolate in his pants, in order to get him to like go and like pull the guy's pants down. And that's what these swatters and hackers are doing to Nux. Does that make any sense? A bragging video? Exactly, it's a bragging video. It's about getting them the most amount of notoriety. It's about getting fear, like putting fear out there, like, oh my god, these guys are crazy, guys. Guys, Quasi, Bob, Heavenzo, Nokia, all of the guys that they are inactive, no longer do this shit. Oh my god. It doesn't matter anymore if you say what their names are, but you know, Nuxtaku put their names out there, and you know, they're hosting like this site that is hosting like this VShoujo impersonation website that is hosting like one of the VShoujo girls' docs on it that they are trying to trying to take down. And during all that, this fucking retard is like drawing attention, like bam bam bam, hello, there's crazy hackers spreading people's real addresses and real names, like confirming to his massive audience that like, hey, these guys have these people's real names and real addresses.
Horrible
it's fucking mentally deranged, absolutely insane behavior. And all of this stuff, by the way, if you look up a video about the Nuxtaku v Shoujo situation, it always gets spun in the exact same way as it was spun by Turkey Tom at the time. Nuxtaku's innocent, v Shoujo, shit company, they backstabbed him. No. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, it was entirely brought upon himself by Nux. Like, he had absolutely no business getting involved. He had absolutely no business, like, making a video about this kind of shit. And it was literally all just to, like, clout chase.
You'd ever hear, do you realize that people die of swatting?
Yeah, so I don't know what that was supposed to prove. I mean, you're going around saying you got me arrested.
And now we have, like, after his attempt to take down this epic swatter and falling headfirst into total red herring, into a total red herring, you have the hacker, or not the hacker, the swatter, like, bragging about, like, oh, this is, like, what he's doing here is, like, rage bait, right? You know, he's putting on like a stupid voice to, you know, get attention, get hate comments and stuff. That's you know what's happening. It's not a down zero Bloxer, okay? The point of this is to rage bait people. What about the claim he made about having permission from the CEO to make this video? He did not have permission from the CEO, and the only thing that he's got claiming that that he's got permission is one message from the what's the term for it again? The cybersecurity engineer of or a cybersecurity expert of VShoujo. He's got like one message of him saying like, we don't have a problem with you doing a video, but the context of what that means is not made clear by those messages. And this is a person who has repeatedly said that drawing attention or like giving attention to these groups increases harassment, is only harmful. You know, it's a bad thing to do. You shouldn't do it. You should not be making a video about that. And he's also said if you want to make a public service announcement about, like, you know, this kind of stuff in general, like a generalized guide on how to protect yourself, like that would be okay, I believe. But to draw the conclusion based on the history of everything that the CEO and the cybersecurity expert have said, to conclude that they suddenly said that it was okay for Nux to make a video, it just doesn't add up. Yeah. Cybersecurity expert had a problem with Nux because he was drawing attention to it, but there was no problem with Nux making a video. But the clear definition of what they meant by a video, like, that's not clear. Like, if you want to make a video about, like, hey, here's how you can prevent yourself from getting doxxed, like, that's fine. But if you want to make a video about, like, hey, the VShojo talent, insert here, has been doxxed and their, like, information is being hosted on a impersonation website. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. But, so, there's like a 5-hour, like, the thing is, it's confusing. Like, there's no... I've got some people claiming that, there was a backstab, others claiming, or like, there's other things that point to it not being the case. But when the video was released, there's like, and the cybersecurity expert was like, communicating with Nux. There's like a 5-hour, like, Discord call between Nux, I believe the CEO, and also the, what's the Melody, Project Melody, involved. But we don't know what happens in there. But based on the communications, the logs we have of the expert and Nux talking, Nuxtaku probably did not understand at all why the video that he was making was a problem. Because I believe his perception was that, like, hey, I'm making this video about how these guys, I got them arrested, and like I've brought them to justice, and it's about like scaring potential swatters and doxers into thinking twice about doing it themselves. But the problem is that he's not, like, well, first of all, he hasn't actually gotten anyone arrested. Second of all, you don't want to draw attention to anybody's fucking information being out there. Like, the response from the VShojo, if you read it, like, you know, and you have normal human IQ, you read their, like, cybersecurity statement, like, it all adds up. It's like, it's not stupid, it's not bullshit. This would be enough for you to make a small video about, in my opinion. There's gonna be a big video about a lot of things, okay? Including this stuff.
And, secondly, that their inclusion would get more attention.
But yeah, like, completely fucking deranged shit, and everybody fucking defended Nux. In 2021. In 2024, I mean, the closest person to defending Nux is fucking Willie Mac Show being like, showing, like, lolly porn on YouTube to criticize it, actually, that's a lame pearl clutch. He said some dumb shit like that in one of, like, one of ChatLogic's, like, comment sections. But otherwise, everyone kept their, like, kept their fucking mouth shut. Didn't Nuxtaku shit talk Iron Mouse during her controversy with the Streamer Awards, saying that she backstabbed him? Yeah, I believe, I mean, Nux has, like, had another, you know, when VShojo shut down, Nuxtaku was celebrating it, so, in case we're gonna say, like, oh, this happened X number of years ago, well, actually, now it's like 4 years more recent to being relevant, okay?
Treating just mentally ill rapists like Christian like a fucking Marvel cameo. God, I hate YouTubers. And that is it. I didn't care about Mike Clume's first documentary.
I remember seeing that comment and thought the same thing in regards to Willie's comment. Yeah.
The look at Boogie's sad life, because I don't give a fuck about him. But as somebody who has really tried and has done a lot of advocacy for victims, who has done actual journalism trying to hold predators and abusers accountable, Mike Clume's documentary work here is an unconscionably flagrant embarrassment to anything resembling journalism. It is indescribably vile. And not in any way, like, there's nothing about it. You can look at something like Melania or Citizen Vigilante or fucking Animal Farm or any of the other pieces of shit I've seen this year, and you can be like, oh, you know what? If you watch this, there's no good time.
This video was kind of a turd.
To be had here is what I'm saying. You cannot wring a good time from this. There is no blood to be plucked from this stone. It is something that should genuinely involve charges for so many of the people who showed fucking up.
Back in the day, I heard about that situation with Nux and VShojo, and everything I saw was about how they betrayed Nux. Yeah, it is an absolutely insane fucking sweep. Totally insane sweep for the entire situation.
Up on here. And I can only hope that Mike Clume never even tries to show his fucking face in content creation spaces again. Fuck you, Mike. Fuck off, EDP. Fuck anybody who had a hand in this.
Wow, that fucking sucked. Anyway, something great though. We got a Israel Palestine conflict to talk about. Citizen Vigilante. Isn't that the movie with the guy who like goes around like just shooting immigrants or something like that? I mean that movie did actually fucking suck. Yeah. This is the yeah. No, that movie fucking sucks, bro, dude. Don't tell me. Don't try to fucking tell me that that it's anywhere near good. Holy shit, guys, dude. Can you imagine? Noah Samsen, he's blasting us with his laser. Holy shit. Can you guys dodge? Do I consider Nux as an interesting character? I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but it's certainly I mean, yeah, I guess it's fascinating.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel.
Oh my god, he's blasting us. He's giving us the Zion cannon. The Biden blast. Possibly.
Asmongold.
So yeah, I don't know much about fucking, I don't follow this shit too much. I know about Asmongold being a piece of shit. But I don't know, I've seen like prior videos of Noah Samsen, and I think he's been an idiot. Like somehow, how did Muda stop Nux getting cancelled? He backed him up. That's all that needs to be said. But anyway, to be clear, I don't know much about, this Israel Palestine thing. It's possible that there's some crazy shit that gets said that I don't catch. So, But let's take a look.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Asmongold, the streamer, responded to the video I made a little while ago called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
An individual made a video about me.
Okay, whenever you begin by describing someone as an individual or trying to be vague about who they are, that's always a bitch move.
His name is...
At least he directly goes into saying, who he is and what his channel is. Alright, that's a -1 + 1.
Noah Samsen.
All right.
The video is called Asmongold's Terrorist Propaganda.
And it was interesting because his response was to agree with the point of the video, that he supports terrorism as long as it's the US and Israel doing it. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they...
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's absolutely correct.
But to Asmongold...
Now, I do dislike Asmongold, so, and, I do also... Mudahar fucked up because he went after him only after he got called out, so it looked kind of cowardly. No, it's not that it looked kind of cowardly. It's that he was put on notice, like, very publicly, about things going on with Nux months prior to his video about Nuxtaku. And during that time, he just goes, like, fully radio silent on anything related to it. And he banned, like, the word, the word, oh fuck. He banned the word Nuxtaku from his comment section at the time when that happened.
Asmongold, there's no double standard here because he has different values and these values rely on a hierarchy of human rights.
There's not a double standard.
The backtracking was the cowardly part? No, it was the not taking action, like fucking months earlier, that's the cowardly part.
There's just a misunderstanding.
Like, the reality of the situation is, you're told about something terrible happening, you have the opportunity to take action, and instead of taking action, which would be in line with all the principles you preach, instead, what you choose to do is you go completely quiet and hope it just goes away. You just, like, hope it goes away. That's what's happening. And when it does pop back up, because, you know, a clip of you looking at lolly hentai with Nux gets somehow has attention drawn to it by some people, then you make a disavowal video, which you then walk back. Like, it's the most insane shit ever. It's the most fucking insane shit of all time.
Standing of my value system.
Human rights.
But yeah, so let's try to focus. Okay, let's move on from the Mudahar Nux stuff. And let's try to watch this Noah Samsen video.
Israel doing it. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they...
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so Asmongold is somehow agreeing with Noah's conclusion.
That's absolutely correct.
But to Asmongold, there's no double standard here because he has different values and these values rely on a hierarchy of human rights.
There's not a double standard. There's just a misunderstanding of my value system. My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern. Western interests are my secondary concern. And I would say harmonious world interests are my third concern.
We are human and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself,
oh fuck, I was muted. Oh no. When did I get muted? Oh shit.
Interests are my third concern.
We are human and
anyway,
they are not. To quote,
so what I said when I was muted, okay? What I said when I was muted is Noah Samsen about to make Asmongold look good? Because this is insane. This is a fucking insane conclusion to reach from those words. So Asmongold laid out a list of priorities: priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. And Noah Samsen's conclusion is that, like, this system here means, like, it's a binary, like 1, 0. Americans are humans, other people are not. Do you guys see a problem with this? Do you guys see, like, an issue with this? So, like, number one priority is Americans, then it's, like, the West, and then it's, like, the world. Oh, dude. American interest, Israel, and also Western interest equals also Israel. Well, that's probably the funniest thing you could say. But yeah, this is, not sure if Noah was done talking. Well, let's see what else he will say. But that is a very bad... Let's play the whole thing, okay?
My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern. Western interests are my secondary concern. And I would say harmonious world interests are my third concern.
We are human, and they are not.
So, I will continue playing, but like saying that as the first thing about what Asmongold just said is fucking deranged. Like, he's not even saying, these things don't matter to me. What he's saying is that my number one priority is this, then comes this, sorry. Then comes this, and then comes this.
Quote Asmongold himself. It's really that simple.
It's that simple. Yes, that's correct.
And that's fairly straightforward.
No, that's not what he said at all, bro.
My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern.
Like, I would not expect anybody to have... I would not expect anyone, like... I expect an American person to prioritize American interests, number one. Their own interests, number one. And other people's interests come later. I would expect, you know... Like, I assume I'm allowed, as a Finnish person, to care primarily about Finnish problems, and then, you know, secondary, tertiary, you know, the rest of the world. To say that it's a binary situation of like, oh, well, we're human and those people are not, that's insanity. It's like what is being described here is practical reality. You can't care about everyone in the world. Like, dude. If you care about your own family more than your neighbors, then you want to slaughter your neighbor. Yeah, basically that's, or you want to let your neighbor die, is more of, I mean, well, more accurate to Noah's logic is that your neighbors are not human if you care more about yourself than your neighbor. Difference between having priorities and having no concern for other people suffering war crimes. Well, the problem is that if that is what he said, what the hell? I thought you were more progressive than this, unsubscribing right now. Listen, look, no, this guy is like fucking saying the most insane fucking straw man. Like, you have to show more before you can say, like, if there is actual meat below the statement that, oh, well, Asmongold believes Americans are humans and everyone else is not. You have to show a bit more meat before you show that conclusion.
Western interests are my secondary concern, and I would say harmonious world.
I think that we are human and you are not, from the clip that Asmon was reacting to. Wait, what?
World interests are my third concern.
We are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself, it's really that simple.
It's that simple. Yes, that.
Wait, oh my god, have I misunderstood something really terribly? Oh my god. Guys, okay, who is at fault for this? Is it me, or is it Noah Samsen, like, making an editing decision that, makes things... Yeah, okay. So, alright, so this right here, guys, this is the video that we are watching, okay? This is the video that we are watching.
On a hierarchy
right now that Noah's making.
Of human rights.
There's not a double standard.
And this is footage of Asmongold reacting. All of this. It's not just like this bit over here. Actually, it's actually all of this. Oh my god, dude. Your fault for assuming that Asmongold is a halfway decent human being. It's not a pause, Andy. It's a total misunderstanding of like what's happening in the video. So yeah, so someone pointed this out.
There's just a misunderstanding of my value system. My value system works like this. American interests are my primary concern. Western interests are my secondary concern. And I would say harmonious world interests are my third concern.
We are
So this is what's being played now. I don't know why I mixed it up in this way. I thought what was happening here, yes, I thought what was happening here is that he's showing all of this. This is all just B-roll. Okay, this is B-roll. And Noah is talking over this. When what's actually happening is this is a further clip of Asmongold reacting to this video, and the audio that we hear is from this video. It's not from it's not from this video, okay? It's from the video that Asmongold is reacting to. Alright?
human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself, it's really that simple.
Like,
we are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself.
Yeah, I saw like in my brain, like this, there was enough like lip desynchronization that it did not register that this was actually like Noah speaking. Yeah, he's reacting to him saying those words.
It's really that simple.
It's that simple. Yes, that's correct.
And then he affirms that that is indeed his position. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this is fucking. That could have been a lot more clear, okay? You know, by making the editing the video a little bit more clearly, okay? But yeah, okay. All right. You feel like you're being gaslit right now? No, what I thought was happening is like that moment there was like Noah putting like his new voiceover on top of the Asmongold reaction footage and saying like, oh, Asmongold's like thing is that like, oh, Asmongold thinks that we're human and they're not, and it's that simple. And then he plays a clip of like Asmongold saying like, no, I agree.
It's fairly straightforward, right? If you view.
But yeah, this is a very, very like. Yeah, I don't.
Some groups as less human than others.
I got nothing to say.
Then you won't care if they get killed or genocided. Under his moral framework, this all makes.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I should have known it considering the statements Asmongold said before that like, oh, this culture should not survive and stuff like that. Should have realized that. But yeah, that could have been the editing right there. Could have been a lot more clear because I can see a lot of people making that same misinterpretation about what's happening in the video as I did, and just shutting it down after hearing that line. Because I thought what was happening, I've already said it.
Sense. But whatever. If this is his position, then why does he have to lie? See, in his reaction stream, Asmongold tells a bunch of lies. He misrepresents sources.
Still angling for that editor job? No. I don't think that's gonna happen.
He denies facts, he ignores evidence, all in order to deny that Israel and the United States are doing terrorism, that they're killing.
Thank you, David Kenner, for the 2. Indeed. maybe you should just play the video. It's not a problem about me playing the video. It's about the fucking video not being clear about what's happening.
Civilians committing genocide, starting wars of aggression, which is odd, right? Because if he's okay with US-Israeli terrorism,
that's absolutely correct,
then he shouldn't need to lie about these things. So let's just look at some examples of what I mean, right? So in my video, I brought up the Manab elementary school bombing. On the first day of the war, the US bombed an elementary school.
Is there gonna be a bunch of like footage of like children being blown to pieces or something? Hope not.
And killed over 150 people. The vast majority of them were children and teachers. And in response, Asmongold blamed Iran. In the first week of the war, the United States blew up an Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people.
I think Iran blew it up themselves, in my opinion. I don't think it was us. I think Iran blew it up themselves. They have no problem martyring their
God, he's such a fucking sociopath, dude.
own people, and I wouldn't put it past them.
We've known since basically the week that this happened that it was the United States. They used Tomahawk missiles. There's visual and fragment evidence.
Speaking to weapons analysts, they identified this missile as a Tomahawk missile, and only the US in that war was using Tomahawk missiles.
That's the JDAM called on.
And every subsequent investigation on the issue has shown that it was the United States. From the New York Times, from Sky News, from Amnesty International, from Forensic Architecture, from the US government officials themselves. The claim that Iran was responsible
I can't believe they're snarking the US military like this.
originates from some monarchist telegram groups that pushed misinformation about this happening, and then that was boosted by a bunch of pro-Israel social media circles. But these were quickly debunked.
This telegram account has no link to Iranian authorities. It is an opposition outlet that is well known for mixing information and satire.
And that was 4 months ago. So either Asmongold saw this 4 months ago and then did not encounter a single piece of information since about what happened, or he has, and he's not telling the truth. Who knows, it could be either. Let's look at some more examples. In my video, I compared Israel's ceasefire violations with Hezbollah's. During the so-called ceasefire in Lebanon, Israel had committed over 10,000 violations, while Hezbollah on the other side had fired only 4 rockets. But Asmongold still manages to defend Israel here for an amazing reason. Where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations, Hezbollah fired a total of 4 rockets. But for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction of
I think flying over something is not as bad as shooting a rocket. I think shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane.
So what does Israel use to drop its bombs? Uses planes. Does he think the 10,000 violations were just people flying around doing nothing for no reason? They were bombing Lebanon thousands of times. They killed nearly 400 people.
We saw a barrage of IDF missiles fired across Lebanon. This was the heaviest bombardment of the conflict.
He says what he says on Twitter. Yeah. I mean, no, there's nothing, yeah, this is good criticism of Asmongold.
So far.
Again, does he actually just not know that Israel uses its planes for bombing, or is there another explanation? In my video, I brought up a report from the IAEA in 2018, which showed that Iran was abiding by the terms of the nuclear deal when the United States just pulled out. The point being that Asmongold's definition of terrorism included being untrustworthy in negotiations.
They can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
That's what the US was doing here, so they're the terrorists. Pretty simple point, you'd think. Despite observations from independent experts that Iran was abiding by the terms of the agreement, it was the...
Why are you citing the IAEA whenever... This is what he was just citing here. Why would you cite the IAEA whenever the IAEA also detected that Iran had uranium that was enriched at 60%? When the enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%.
That's exactly what the 2018 report found. Throughout the reporting period, Iran's total enriched uranium stockpile has not exceeded 300 kilograms, enriched up to 3...
Alright, so now we're getting to stuff where I have no idea what's happening.
3.67%. The figure he's referring to of 60% didn't occur until years after the US withdrew from the nuclear deal. And if you're thinking, okay, maybe he's just confused or wrongfully throwing out the IAEA as a source when the figures disagree with him, he is lying here. Because someone in his chat calls him out. They point out that the report I'm citing is from 2018, and he reads the chat, ignores it, and moves on.
Your own sources show that you're wrong. That's it. Like, I mean, this is insane. Like, what are we doing? 2018, yes.
Of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly...
Yeah. So, given the earlier incident, having this kind of this kind of thing on screen would have been very useful for making sure that I would not be confused about what's happening in the video.
Decided to pull out. So this sort of strange, confused lying thing isn't the only tactic.
Let's take a look at, by the way, I need to see this better. You can see it in his eyes.
That's it. Like, I mean, this is insane. Like, what are we doing? 2018, yes.
Of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly decided to pull out. So this sort of strange...
It's very, like, bizarre. Like, how does anyone fucking like Asmongold? Like, I have tried to watch his streams and understand it, but, like, he looks like he's on drugs. He looks fucking insane and deranged.
Confused lying thing isn't the only tactic he uses to pretend.
The only base thing he's done recently is that he's, like, pushing Tectone away, doing some silent like pushing, silently pressing him down a little bit. That's cool, but yeah, this is insane.
That the US and Israel aren't terrorists. Another one of his moves is just straight up propaganda, like Netanyahu speech IDF spokesman style propaganda. And with this one, he really plays the hits, you know, human shields.
They want...
But I still want to defend myself about that initial mistake, okay? Because I have seen Noah Samsen strawman people incredibly hard, okay? So that's what I expect he's gonna do. Alright? The H3 stuff, that's been a W for him, okay? He's been getting some, like, good W's recently. But my impression of his past behavior likely colored my interpretation of that opening clip, alright?
To use these people as human shields, get people killed.
Okay.
They want
spokesman style propaganda, and with straight up propaganda, like Netanyahu speech IDF spokesman style propaganda. And with this one, he really plays the hits, you know, human shields.
They want to use these people as human shields, get people killed for international clout.
When they use civilians as human shields, they're the ones who are responsible.
They use the Lebanese people as human shields.
Guys, what do you do to human shields?
While they fire rockets from apartment buildings into Israel.
Hezbollah has been using you as human shields. It placed rockets in your living rooms and missiles in your garage.
Using innocent people as human shields.
To the civilians that Hamas has forced into the role of human shields.
The reason why they're firing rockets from residential areas is so they can martyr these people.
While we take extensive measures to minimize civilian casualties, Hamas makes every effort to maximize them.
Human shields.
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 Israel has the right to defend itself.
He frames everything as if this is just a random attack. This is just randomly happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's indeed the rhetoric that is being pushed.
It's happening because Israel is getting bombed. They're shooting missiles over to Israel.
These are his go-to responses for any time I put evidence of Israeli war crimes or genocidal actions on the screen. Every single example, automatically, it's a canned response. He has no evidence for any of them. So like I show an example of an apartment block that Israel completely destroyed in late October in the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza, over 120 people.
Let me actually read that.
In late October in the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza, over 120
bombing a refugee camp, let's see.
People were killed, the vast majority of them women and children. And Asmongold's response is to defend it automatically without even knowing what happened. Doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers.
Then stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
The IDF itself didn't even mention rocket fire.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Like he's going above and beyond to lie for Israel. And he ends up doing the same thing over top of a screenshot of a news story about Hind Rajab, the toddler that Israeli soldiers murdered with her whole family and denied them medical assistance. And then when they did grant it, they murdered the medical workers.
6-year-old Hind Rajab climbed into a car with her aunt, her uncle, and her cousins in Gaza City as they prepared to flee to the southern part of Gaza. But as they were in the car, an Israeli tank approached them and opened fire. Hind's 15-year-old cousin, Leon, called the Red Crescent for help. These were her last words.
Asmongold still has a video up about a wrong docs he republished. What are you talking about?
Recorded on the call with a Red Crescent dispatcher.
Hello?
Hello, dear.
They are shooting at us.
Hello?
They are shooting at us. The tank is next to me.
Are you hiding?
Yes, in the car. We're next to the tank.
Are you inside the car?
Okay, I didn't want to hear that. Let me just mute this for you guys until it's over. All right.
15-year-old Leyen's last words, killed along with the rest of her family. The only one who remained alive was 6-year-old Hind. Wounded, she called the Red Crescent.
You know, I would really prefer not, not playing someone's final moments.
Back, pleading with the dispatcher to...
For YouTube platform reasons, obviously, But yes, the point that this is what Asmongold is defending is, it's
be rescued.
Okay, do I still have to fucking...
Come.
Okay, is there gonna be something happening here that's gonna be more... I mean, you guys can see the subtitles. All right.
After seeking approval from the Israeli military, 2 emergency workers with the Palestine Red Crescent, Yusuf Seno and Ahmed Ahmadoun, went to try to rescue 6-year-old Hind. But dispatchers lost contact with the medics. Nearly 2 weeks later, Israeli forces finally withdrew from the area, and on Saturday, Hind's surviving family ventured back to the neighborhood. They found Hind dead inside the car, alongside the bodies of 5 of her family members. The car was riddled with bullet holes. The bodies of the 2 emergency workers were also...
I can't believe they fit a Qassam rocket inside of that car. It's not
found in an ambulance nearby, appear to have been killed by Israeli fire just yards away from the car.
While this story is on the screen, he's talking about some rocket fire. It's very jarring to watch.
Stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings.
And in some cases, he goes above and beyond.
I don't know, it's just, it's beyond description, isn't it?
Typical Israeli propaganda claims. So to downplay the civilian death toll in Gaza, he argues that they're being over-reported because Hamas kills...
They say this girl never existed, by the way? Really, is that what they say?
Journalists that report military casualties, the vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert. The only ones...
Because any people that go over there have to be pressured by the terrorists, because if they don't repeat the terrorist propaganda, the terrorists kill them. That's the reason why.
And this one's just bizarre because...
What? How does that justify any of that?
It's like, obviously, no one needs to make anything up to prove civilian casualties. There's thousands upon thousands of videos and photos. But journalists aren't even the one that tally death tolls. That's the health ministries in Gaza and Lebanon. That's the usual line of attack for Israel propagandists, is to say they're not trustworthy, even though they are, based on independent observers. And the Israeli military itself has...
Let's take a look at those article headlines.
Accepted their figures, but the ministries are typically what people attack. This is something completely different and off the wall, and I've never seen it actually happen. He doesn't cite a single source in this video, but he does allude to a source, and it's for this claim about journalists being killed by Hamas, which is a 10-year-old expose about the Associated Press that was written by a former IDF soldier and at the time AP journalist.
And this is actually exposed by a person coming out of the Associated Press about 15 years ago, but for some reason people just keep eating it up and assuming that everything that they're saying is completely true.
But even that article written by the former IDF soldier doesn't say that. It talks about a handful of instances of journalist intimidation, but not a single instance of actual violence.
Intimidate reporters, any representative of the press corps here. Intimidation is real. AP News Desk. Stress of civilians being counted as civilians in the death toll. Okay.
Let alone killing. And then he moves from this claim, where he's pretending to that. It talks about a handful of instances of journalist intimidation, but not a single instance of actual violence, let alone killing. And then he moves from this claim, where he's pretending to care about journalist freedom, to say that, well, actually, all the journalists in Gaza are Hamas, so you can kill them anyways, I don't care. Targeting men, women, children, journalists, healthcare.
Of course. They're not journalists, by the way. Half of their journalists have pictures of them fighting and shooting an AK-47.
Dude, I know exactly what tweet, what like piece of news from Twitter he's taken to reach this conclusion. It's very funny.
47. The entire idea that, oh yeah, Israel's killing these journalists. Remember the...
And it's really funny how, like, the way he describes it himself reveals, like, how little he knows. He's like, oh, there's photos of these journalists holding an AK rifle. Okay. Anything more, like, concrete in terms of, like, being in favor of one side or the other, or being a militant for one side or the other?
Other Hamas journalist that, like, he gets killed and there's...
Yeah, he's American. What's wrong with shooting a gun?
like 5 videos of him shooting an AK-47. You guys have no...
Shooting an AK-47 where?
No idea how deep this terrorist
Like, I don't know what the, like, I remember the story. I don't remember what the truth about it was. But if the best evidence you have is there's a video of him shooting a rifle, how does that prove that he's like a militant?
Began to go.
David Canada, thank you for the 5. Yeah, it's it's unbelievable, like, this fucking rhetoric that he engages in. And like you have to really, like, to understand it, you have to watch the way that he behaves on stream. Like, he looks ill. He looks sick.
These justifications are only coherent if your one principle is defending Israel. When he can't deny the facts by just lying about them or misrepresenting sources, and when he can't deflect with Israeli propaganda lies.
Should just play games or talk about the news? Yeah. I'm on a thin ice here, but saying that myself, but
he just folds. He doesn't even try to respond or defend himself.
The mold in his house has rotted his brain? Possibly. I'm trying my best to just look at this from the perspective of evaluating claims being made, and I can't speak for, like, the overall truth.
He'll either...
But Noah's making a very good case here.
Scoff and roll his eyes, shooting babies in the head with snipers while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone.
Again, it's another instance where, like, you need to indicate that you're playing a clip of Asmongold reacting to something.
Eyes, shooting baby, and try to respond or defend himself. He'll either scoff and roll his eyes, shooting babies in the head with snipers while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone in tents in broad daylight. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert. Or sit there in silence while facts are being displayed on the...
That clip is way too long for to have, like, that kind of continued sentence there in the script.
Screen that challenged his worldview. On March 12th, 2026, Israel bombed a beachside tent encampment housing people that they had displaced from their bombings, killing 8 and wounding 31. The strike came in the...
You know what's really crazy? The crazy thing is that, like, Asmongold is not afraid of, like, showing... he's not afraid of, like, showing the footage or, like, the stuff from Palestine. But when he's browsing LSF and seeing, like, a thread about the my Nuxtaku video, he needs to, like, scroll away as fast as possible. Isn't that fascinating?
middle of the night, and it was a double tap strike. The first missile landed and killed 3 people near the beach, and when people approached to help the victims, the second missile landed. No evacuation warning was issued. This was in a safe zone. Before Hezbollah existed, Israel invaded Lebanon, killed tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were women and children, directly facilitated the slaughter and rape of thousands of civilians in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, a massacre of the United Nations.
Did Naxtagu get kicked out of Mythic Talents? I did not see that, if that happened.
General Assembly declared an act of genocide. Hezbollah was formed in response to this genocidal invasion as a group resisting it, fighting to get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Or he'll feign disinterest, you know, he'll pretend that he doesn't care about Israel.
I don't really care.
All right, look, listen, okay, you can laugh at the my fucking insane misread, but like the way he Noah is cutting this video together, okay? Like, you have to put in some kind of visual or audio indicator that you're no longer continuing your voiceover.
Resisting it, fighting to get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Or he'll feign disinterest, you know, he'll pretend that he doesn't care about Israel.
I don't really care what Israel is doing, because Israel isn't the one that are blowing up our trade ships and disrupting trade in the Strait of Hormuz. I have no interest in what Israel is doing or not. What Israel does with Iran or with Lebanon or with Gaza, that is their purview.
Even though he spent the previous hour, you know, defending it, using all its propaganda talking points.
Human shields.
Or history. You know, history is a big one. He doesn't care about it. When that history shows examples of past Israeli aggression.
All of this historical babble, all of this bullshit means literally nothing to me. I don't care what happened in 1950. I don't care what happened in 1970.
But when he wants to defend...
Okay, that's pretty crazy.
current Israeli aggression, then he does care about history all of a sudden.
Look at Lebanon in the 60s. It was a great place. Lebanon has the potential to prosper and be a great country. They can't do that if they have Hezbollah in their country.
Or their genocidal bombing campaign in Gaza, which he compares favorably to Dresden.
Remember when we dropped a firebomb on Dresden when we burned thousands of people alive? Shouldn't have fucked around.
Or there's a...
Okay. So he's taking the Nazi propaganda narrative that like a bunch of like random German civilians like died in the Dresden bombings. Like I think the like from what I recall, it's like, you know, the actual number is like 25,000 civilians, but then what like Dan Irving, who like was responsible for like putting like he was consulted or something on like the book Slaughterhouse 5. So they ended up putting in that there were 250,000 civilians killed in the Dresden bombing. Something like that, I remember. But Asmongold's taking that and being like, yeah, you know what? They deserved it. Which is crazy.
Concern trolling, where he says, no, I don't care about the people.
So it's like simultaneously affirming the propaganda, but also saying like, yeah, it's actually okay.
In these places, I just care about Americans, but also I actually care the most about the people in these places.
The people that are in these countries suffer the most from it. They are the ones that suffer from it more than anybody else. More than Israelis, more than Americans, more than anybody else. They are the ones that are truly being terrorized and terrified by these evil people. And I think that's the saddest thing about it.
And on top of all these tactics, right, the lying, the propagandizing, the retreating, you have the biggest lie, which is that all of these things are within the interests of American citizens.
But fundamentally, as an American, I have to advocate for American interests. I simply have a tier list of the people whose best interests I keep in mind. At the top of that tier list ranks...
Okay, hold on a second. I DM'd you an example of metadata you can get from an iPhone screenshot I grabbed from an iPhone from Copenseeth Discord. So you understand, right, that this date you're seeing here, 19th of August... Like for me, it's 21/11, and it says here 21/07, and the date is the same across all things. That's data that you added to the image. Like, it has no metadata until it's on your computer. Like, that's the time when you downloaded that picture. I do not know. Thank you, David Canada, for the 2. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, it's almost like when I said that. It's almost like when I said that Discord scrubs metadata from images. It's almost like that was true. Why am I being so rude? There is something you can download called EXIF tool. Okay. You know, EXIF tool. I think it's also called EXIF tool GUI. I think it's in Winget, Windows Package Manager. Hold on a second. Anyway, as I was saying, and if you use that on like an image that you took from your phone, let's say, that has the metadata on it, in that case, you should be able to see the metadata. What are we looking at today? We've been looking at different stuff. Right now we're looking at politics adjacent stuff, which is probably not something you're super interested in.
American civilians, American citizens.
That's right, American citizens. It is within your interest to pay a bunch of money for gas and pay over $1,000 per family due to a destabilized global economy and send $100 billion of taxpayer money to kill children overseas instead of helping children here and having troops get vaporized. There is nothing Americans love more than all of these things. And the reason they love it, right? The reason you love it is because it's a trade-off we are willing to make for the ultimate goal of killing terrorism.
I think that we need to remove the IRGC and we need to completely dismantle them in all facets and all facilities. Islamic terrorism is an existential threat. Dismantle them in all
guys. Did we have misspeak?
Facets and all facilities. Islamic terrorism is an existential threat.
Existential threat? What?
Across the Middle East and also globally the world.
Yeah, and how's that going, man? Have you checked the news lately? You wanted regime change? Oh, looks like you couldn't get it. You wanted to open the Strait of Hormuz? Oh, looks like that couldn't happen either.
Iran again insisted it will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed until the U.S. meets a sweeping list of demands.
Yeah, this is defending the Iran war. What are you doing, man?
Nuclear deal that you blew up to try and get a better one? The latest terms not looking so hot.
Now that we have the text, it is materially weaker than President Obama's JCPOA for the United States.
The Iranians put forward a new proposal, which is actually quite remarkable. What they say in that proposal is that every one of the issues, except the nuclear issue, has to be settled up front, which is another way of saying the United States has to concede on every one of the 10 issues that I described before. We're not only talking now about...
Does Iran war affect Finland? It affects every country because the Strait of Hormuz is like... I mean, it's like saying like, oh, if the Grand Exchange in RuneScape is closed, does that affect the prices of like items in RuneScape? Like, yes, they do. Whether you are in trading in Varrock or the other side of the game world, like it's a massive impact on the economy. Autistic references to an autistic audience, okay? That's the important combination. Everyone understands, everyone has some grasp of RuneScape economics and the globality. The globality, is that even a thing? Is that even a word? Of things like that, how it impacts, the entire game.
Lifting oil sanctions. We're talking about lifting all sanctions.
That's fine, no big deal. It's not like we depleted our missile stockpiles, conceded sanctions relief and reconstruction money, and weakened the American empire in humiliating fashion. Mission accomplished, chat. Thank you for your service. Okay, so anyways, we return to that question of why. If he says he's okay with killing civilians, then why is he lying and pretending like he's not? If he says he's okay with the US acting like a rogue state, why is he...
The right-wing cope talking points and lies of the Strait of Hormuz is open, actually, and the people of Iran will rise up for us are some of the worst out there. Yeah.
Lying and pretending.
There was a funny thing that happened, the funny thing about the Iran war is that, hold on, can I pull this up somehow? There was let me get this or let me save that file and also get God, where did I put this? Let me see if I have it on my DMs with Dickers, I think. Yes. Yes, this is the perfect way to present this. The perfect way to present this information. Let me see here. So the Finnish like grocery, hold on, it's not, I don't find the Iran war funny, okay? I don't find the Iran war funny, but it's very unfortunate that it's happened. But, so the Finnish sort of grocery, supermarkets, you know, stuff, it's dominated by two companies, okay? One of them is called Kesko, also known as K-ryhmä, the K group. And there's also, do they have an article here of it? Ah, shit. Let me see. There's also another. Do they have an English? There we go, yeah. So the Finnish, like, grocery chain, you know, area, is dominated by two different groups, all right? We have the S group and the K group. And, you know, they're in very stiff competition with each other. And I believe there has been, around the time of this news, the K group managed to pull an insane blinder, absolutely insane gig over the S group, all right? Let's take a look. So this is a this is the funeral like a what do you call it? Like a funeral, them like God, what's the word for it? A procession, some kind of parade where they like they take the body of the supreme leader to different places in the Middle East, so that people can like they can, you know, say their goodbyes or whatever. Some kind of like it's like a ceremony of like grieving. And take a look at this. All right, look at that. Do you see something over here? It's something of a note. Let's continue with the video. So this truck is coming in. This truck is transporting the body of the supreme leader of the IRGC. Let me speed this up a little bit. Do you notice something about the side of that truck? This is a K group truck, a truck from the K group, and they have just delivered the body of the supreme leader of the Republic of Iran. This is crazy. They got a crazy delivery job, okay? They got the they got the supreme leader. They got the opportunity to deliver the supreme leader, okay? Has the S group done anything like this? I don't think so. Now, hold on a second, let me see. I believe there was there's been articles about this all over the place. Let me see if I can pull a article from Here we go. Yeah, so there's a Finnish, so this is like the Finnish equivalent of the BBC, Yle, it means Yleisradio. And yeah, like it was a lot of confusion was caused by the K-group or K-ryhmä logo being on the side of the truck. And it turns out that what happened is that the K-group does not own these trucks. They are owned by their partners, or like they're rented out by the partners who actually do like the delivery stuff. And this was like sold. The truck was sold with the tapings on the side, their brand still like left on it. And they actually found like a Facebook post where this specific truck was sold in like to like the Middle East. So that was the crazy tangent about the Iran war. Halal trucks only. That truck has likely transported swine, highly haram swine meat, which is very unfortunate that they did not know this when they put the supreme leader inside of it. Maybe all that smoke inside of it when they unboxed the when they unboxed the supreme leader. Maybe that was all like they were purging all the bacteria of the haramness out of it.
It's not. Even when that belligerence is directly harming everyone in the world except like a few billionaire pedophiles and weapons manufacturers. And I think there's
But yeah, like there's a way to like kind of challenge Asmongold's rhetoric, which could be done a bit stronger here. They did an unboxing stream. No, it's in. You can see it in the video, right? Did I? No. This is the article. You can see it in the video. They opened up the truck and a bunch of smoke came out. They unboxed a rare supreme leader. Where is it? Nah, it doesn't have the funny angle of it. I don't think this video has it. Yeah, it just cut straight to it being outside. But like the video that everyone saw on social media, at least in Finland, was one where like they open it up, a bunch of like fog comes out of it. And it looks like some kind of an like from any video game like loot boxes where they put in like all these like shiny smoke effects.
Few reasons, right?
They had that in there when the supreme leader gets removed out of the back of the K group truck. But anyway, so something that Noah could do here in terms of rhetoric is that he's talking about how like actually this Iran war situation is harming everybody. Asmongold said like his priority is that, hey, Americans, I care about Americans number one. But the reality of this war is that it's not actually doing anything good for Americans. It's completely harming them. But maybe he'll, just now that I said this, maybe he'll actually say that. And get me into another pause, Andy.
I think it's preaching to the choir. If you go to these videos, you'll see a bunch of comments talking about how awesome Asmongold is for defending America's right to go out and kill terrorists. The choir is in on the lie, right? They're willing to watch Asmongold fail to address the facts that prove that when they say they're fighting terrorism, they're actually just killing a bunch of kids and,
If Asmongold care about Americans, his first priority would be to advocate for the end of the war with Iran. Yes, and he would have been critical of it starting in the first place. Like, it's completely disconnected from American interests. And if you want to spin the narrative, I mean, I don't know. If you believe in the narrative that, like, people like Asmongold, they are like assets of like Zionism or like Israeli assets. Like that's the best like the best evidence for it. At least like you know, the best rhetoric to sell that narrative. Thank you, Kicking the Sweet, for the 20 kroner, Swedish kroner. Yes, I did indeed say that.
Doing terrorism, they'll still believe that and support him regardless of what he says. But also for the people that are somewhere outside of just the full choir, I think he's, you know, he's misleading them. He's making it so that when they encounter evidence of Israel committing a genocide or the US mass murdering people in wars of aggression, they come with these lies planted in their heads about how what they're seeing or reading actually isn't real.
I don't think it was us.
Okay, well,
I think Iran blew it up themselves. Shooting a bomb at somebody is worse than flying an airplane. The enrichment that you need for power is only 3 to 5%. Stop shooting rockets from apartment buildings. They're not journalists, by the way. Half of their journalists have pictures of them fighting and shooting an AK-47.
The thing that is happening, one of the most documented things in modern history, actually is fake or actually is something other than it is. I think lying also helps protect the grift, right? Like if you're right-wing and you support...
Hello, Blullington.
Israel, you can kind of say whatever you want and you won't actually be punished monetarily or by platforms. Somehow Asmongold has managed to push it. He recently got a 2-week ban for advocating for the murder of migrant men, women, and children.
This is emotional black.
Okay, I was wondering, when we did the Twilight Princess stream, I was wondering like what exactly it was that Asmongold said in this clip, so we're gonna see that now.
Blackmail, right? Well, you can't shoot these people, they have kids with them. Well, then don't bring your kids. If you don't want to get shot, then don't bring your fucking kids. It's really simple. You mean you'd shoot adults and deport the kids, right? Well, I'd shoot whoever.
God, dude. Like, he's given the fucking, like, the pacifist option of like, yeah, just deport the kids.
Yeah, I'd shoot whoever. I mean, if it's kids, women, men, anybody, just shoot them.
What the fuck, dude?
They're gonna stop coming over.
But he's also aware.
Yeah, 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 it's a rather Reddit thing to be like, I got nothing to say here. But like, that is fucking mentally deranged, dude. That's fucking insane, bro. The 4-minute clip is worse. He doubles down multiple times. What the fuck? Like, if you're gonna be edgy, like, at least draw the line to being like, oh yeah, we'll shoot the adults and deport the kids. Like, but like, you're really like going, fuck, like, that already in itself is crazy. But shoot the kids? What purpose does that serve? I feel like it would already like the whatever fear effect he's trying to put into use would already work if you're shooting like the adults instead of just the kids.
That it's not.
So like it's not just like ordinary evil, it's like extra evil.
Not a sustainable strategy to be saying stuff like that all the time, so he's acknowledged himself. He's going to tone down his rhetoric, not because he doesn't believe this stuff, but because he doesn't want to get banned.
I might try to I'm going to try.
The kid has low HP, easy XP.
To obviously tone it down a little bit because I don't want to get suspended all the time.
People like this aren't going to last forever, right? But facts are facts, and the truth is the truth, and hopefully, despite
Darman tier villain, yeah.
Their best efforts, the truth will outlast them. Thanks for watching. See you on the next one. Goodbye. Kitty wants me to be done with the video. Say hi, baby. Say hi, baby cat. Okay.
yeah, so that was aside from the initial misunderstanding, that was pretty solid video. Let's see here. Do I have anything else for you guys? It's yeah, it's almost 10 p.m. for me. It's probably for the best if I call it a night for now, but I'll obviously send you guys off to someone else. Let's see if anyone else is online. So that is kind of the end as far as let me hold on a second. Let's turn on the classic bouncy wouncy. Where the fuck do I access the raid menu again? The settings? No. The analytics, go to the live. Check the details. There we go. Customization and redirect. Other channels. Hey, Shamu's live. Let's go over there. I'm gonna send you guys over to Shamu. See ya. What I wanna be up? Nah, just kidding. Anyway, thanks all. See you later.